You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the state of Tennessee. And oh yes, there is tournament fishing this weekend in the world of the Bassmasters, one of the most followed tournaments all year long. And it's all about the Strike King College Bassmaster Series. This is the classic bracket competition. There is our playing field, South Central Tennessee, Timms Ford Lake, place we have never been with the college, or I don't think any Bassmaster event in my memory, but it promises to be a great, great day. We have 8 qualifiers, 8 individuals who qualified as 4 teams through the season, the 2024 college season here. They are getting set to go on their day 2 of fishing on this day. It's all in. Everyone fishes all day as they did yesterday, trying to amass enough weight to be among the top 4 who will make up the 2 matches tomorrow, the 2 semifinal matches tomorrow. We'll have coverage of that for you as well. But the light is starting to look a little better.
My name is Andrew Blanton. We're here on day 2 of the Bassmaster College bracket. We didn't really catch them yesterday, but what an honor it is to be here with the 8 best college anglers in the country. It's an honor. I appreciate Bassmaster and all they've done this year, just making it a great season and letting us have this opportunity to make it to the big stage, the Bassmaster Classic. Yesterday was not as planned. Just again was just so dialed in from practice. I just couldn't adjust yesterday, and just you'll have that in fishing sometimes. But today, plan on going out there and with an open mind. Not sure how it's going to go, but we're going to fish as hard as we can. Try to make that semifinal Sunday to make it to Monday to hopefully fish the Bassmaster Classic. So again, it's just an honor to be here. So we're going to go.
How'd the weather affect you?
It was pretty tough yesterday because due to the weather. We didn't blast off till about 9:20. I'd been catching some fish in the morning in practice, and that definitely I felt like affected it. And then a lot of my areas were also blown out from the wind. The wind blew really hard yesterday. It's going to blow really hard today, so I think today, again, we're just going to have to go fishing and just fish some new water and just figure something out. So I'm excited to get it going.
So Andrew and Garrett worked their butts off this season to get here and had lots of trials and tribulations, but they succeeded at the national championship on Lake Hartwell. Went from 22nd to 3rd to 1st. We were extremely proud, and we know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we're just hoping for a much better day today to get them to semifinal Sunday tomorrow.
You know, just extremely proud of Andrew and just his accomplishments and just allowing him to be here. It's just an amazing opportunity. So, yeah, we're extremely proud of him.
What about you? You proud of your big brother?
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
I think he can do it.
Are you a bass fisherman? You think you're going to be here one day?
Yeah, I want to be.
Well, good luck. Good luck to your son.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here.
Man, it's something special. I've been fishing in college for 4 years now, and I've always dreamed about making the bracket and having a chance to fish in the Classic. And it's honestly amazing and a true honor to get to be here. Winchester's done a great job putting it on for us, and so is Bassmaster. And we got 8 of the best college guys in the nation out here, and I've had a blast being out here, and it's been a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I hope to enjoy every bit of it. And so that's about
What's
all
going on, guys? Aaron Jackfield here. Day 2 of the Bassmaster College bracket. Had a lot of fun yesterday. Caught a handful of fish. I think it's going to be a little tougher today. So goal is to catch 5 bass today and just go out there and deal with these conditions and have some fun, and we'll see how it shakes out by the end of the day.
Feeling all right. Yesterday was tough when we came in with 2, but kind of chased a bite that wasn't really happening, so I think I'm going to try and focus on something else today and see if we can come in with 5.
Well, we just heard from 4 of our competitors out there today. Andrew Blanton and Garrett Smith are national champions, reigning national championships in college bass fishing. And of course, the winners in the points winners in the Legends divisions, Aaron Jackfield and Elliot Wilgapolsky. All of them fishing as individuals today. We even got to hear a little bit from the family. We welcome you. We've got this live coverage coming up for the next 3 hours here on FS1. Tommy Sanders here with Mike Sukon. And, of course, our special guest, and this is a perfect fit, one of the best in the business, Brandon Lester. Brandon, great to have you with us as we take you out to Dylan Akins, one of our Team of the Year overall champions on points throughout the season. This is your home, Brandon.
It is.
This is a place you know every inch of this, so you're going to have to fill us in on what's going on out there.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what these guys kind of unlock on this place. Timms Ford Lake, it's a good little lake. It's about 10,000 acres. It's 40 minutes or so from my house. I fished the very first bass tournament that I ever fished in my life there. And it's a cool place. It's where I cut my teeth there in Guntersville and the Tennessee River Lakes, you know. So it's going to be really neat to see what they unlock. I see some guys out. I think it's going to be a battle of between fishing shallow and fishing out with the forward-facing, catching fish that are chasing bait and stuff like that. But,
well, we ought to be used to covering that. We've seen
for
plenty
sure.
of that
Absolutely.
over the past year.
Absolutely.
For sure.
And September's a tough month, you know. You've got, in my eyes, you've got the fish that are up on the bank eating bluegill and stuff like that, and then you got the fish that are starting to get out in the main part of the lake and feed up on shad and things like that. So that's what we're going to see mostly.
I'm going to ask you, Aikens had 14 pounds, 4 ounces, 11 ounces behind our leader here in Jagfeld. That's a pretty good bag here.
That is a good
plus.
bag. Anything north of 14 pounds is a really good bag this time of year. Really, when you get above 12, you've had a dang good day. Oh, he lost that one. Oh, tough break for him there.
Tough right there.
That one hurts.
Good news is we got a bite.
Yeah, that's
early
right.
On this day, Dylan Aikens of Emmanuel University, one of our overall top points team members through the year. Dylan, as Such mentioned there, good day yesterday, then a pound of the lead. Today is all about being in the top 4, and speaking of the lead, I've sort of buried the lead so far, Such. The whole thing is all about making it to the Classic. A position in the Bassmaster Classic 2025 is on the line for some college angler. The end of it all.
Day 1, day 2, all 8 anglers are fishing. Tomorrow, Sunday, 4 of them. The top 4 go head-to-head, and then on Monday we will crown a Classic berth.
But I missed a couple yesterday morning. It felt good to finally get one first thing, but I just tried to come to a new spot, and I think another one of my competitors pulled up there before I could get there, but this spot was pretty good to me yesterday too, so I'm going to try and just catch 4 more good ones like that. Say what again? This morning I was able to throw a jig up on that rock foundation thing, and I was able to catch a pretty good one using this loose high-speed reel to really get them in. Sometimes these smallmouth, they fight so weird. They'll dart at you, they'll go to the side, and sometimes you really need that fast reel to keep up with them.
Chase Carey also on that Emmanuel team.
Have light showers for the next hour or so, and then may clear up a little bit, and maybe come back a few showers this afternoon.
Good weather, for good fishing weather. As far as getting bites, I feel like.
We have dealt with the weather all week long. This is Chase Carey right here, Emmanuel University.
There we go.
That's a good one.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it's a keeper. It's a fat one. It needs to be. Come on, Lord, let this one keep it. Oh, yeah. That's how we start the morning, baby. Let's go. Make a fat one. There we go. There we go. Let's say, can you do like let's just do 212.
212 going to lift Chase Carey up into that all-important 4th spot. Only the top 4 after the first 2 days of competition will progress to the semifinal round. Round number 3 of fishing here on Timms Ford Lake. So Good going right here. Here is Garrett Smith.
Here's somebody chasing those bluegill eaters I was talking about.
I don't know if you like this spot.
That's probably my favorite bite on Tim's Ford this time of the year is just running those little short pockets with a buzz bait and a plopper style bait just covering water. You see, he just switched to a black one. Boom.
Gets a bite.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Stay hooked. Come on, girl. Come here. Come here.
Gosh, that's so much fun.
Hey, that's a freaking good one. Hey, that's our gap right there. Now we just got to catch 4 more to go with her.
Oh, he went from the buzz bait to the plopper.
That's a freaking good one.
A lot of times when you have some weather, that plopper will bring them up from deeper because it makes more noise.
Quit that. Quit that.
Well, yesterday you only caught 2 fish.
Should have come up here yesterday, man. Should have come up here yesterday.
Good start.
He can run that all day too. I mean, it's just a matter of covering water.
3-pounder. Booyah. Don't call it a comeback.
He's the comeback. Was our 8th place guy after day 1.
Call it a 3-pounder. That's a fat, healthy one. Most of these fish here ain't been that fat. Look at that. That's cool. I mean, God. Live well special right there. Give her some water. We're good to go.
Garrett Smith says this is set up for him. He's going to get to junk fish all day long, and that's what he loves to do. As you say, Brandon, he should be able to do it all day long.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Let's make a move on 11,000-acre Tim's Ford Lake here. The man with the best bag yesterday. 14 pounds and 13 ounces. Adrian University's Aaron Jagfeld. Champions of the Legends League. Legends Division. Season-long competition.
Come on. Now, we've seen him online before, Tommy. He almost won that open.
Oh, my goodness.
Up on,
oh, my gosh, you just nipped it.
Lake St. Clair.
Finished second on St. Clair. Great performance there.
He just rolled on it. Did you get a good shot of that? Dude, I cannot believe he didn't eat that. That's the second one just to roll on it. Yeah, that shot looked cool. Next time we just need him to get it.
Aaron from Rochester Hills, Michigan, right there in the Detroit area. Fished his first tournament at age 8. Bank fishing tournament.
Wow. I don't think I fished my first tournament till I was 15 or 16. He started young.
He did.
A bank fishing tournament, that sounds pretty fun though.
Again, Aaron with 14-13 on day number 1 to lead the day here. To lead the way, I should say, into day number 2. Got it fairly early, said he got to spend most of his day looking for new places to catch him. Still looking for his first. Now he's not looking for his first.
Oh.
Well, he still is. Sorry.
Come back for it. She's not going to do it.
That was a smallmouth, you could tell. A lot of times those smallmouth will just come up and blast it and not, you could see the brown on its back when it came up. They'll blast it trying to kill it, but they don't always get hooked. Typical smallmouth. He'll get them dialed in though.
Very interesting start to our day. Looks like we're going to have some good fishing despite all the weather worries that everyone had into this, and certainly they were founded worries. Hurricane Helena has wreaked havoc all through the southern Appalachians, all the way up to Virginia into the Ohio River Valley. Aaron Jagfield on top there at 14 pounds and 13 ounces, but moving up, Chase Carey. Caleb Hudson trying to be in that top 4. That's what it's all about today. The 2024 Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket. Tim's Ford Lake, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. So great to have you with us this morning. All this live coverage coming to you from Tim's Ford Lake, very special place here in South Central Tennessee, about 11,000 acres, 250 plus miles of shoreline, maybe a little more right now as all the water that has visited this part of the country has certainly had its effect and will continue to pour into the lake as we go through the 4 days of this tournament. We're in day number 2. 8 anglers formerly on college teams that did so well this year, now fishing as individuals for one spot in the World Championship next year, 2025 Bassmaster Classic. Dylan Akins. Second best performance yesterday, 14 pounds, just 11 ounces back of our leader, Aaron Jagfield. Still looking for his first one today. This could be it.
Like that one hit him right at the boat, Tommy.
Yeah, it sure did.
A lot of topwater action this morning. That's a topwater bait there. Chug bug.
That first one. He's 18 inches, I'm pretty sure he is.
Keeper there for Dylan Aiken should move him into the lead ahead of Aaron Jagfield. Let's get back over to Garrett Smith, our national championship team members.
They only about a 2-pounder?
I'd say so, yeah. Maybe 2.5.
It was real hard before the hurricane came in, and it was fun. We had a good time, but not the case. There's a big old catfish coming off the bank right there too. There's been some giant channels and blues up here shallow too, feeding and doing whatever.
I don't typically
cool
see
to look
that.
at. It'll scare you though if you ain't paying attention.
Catfish on the bank, I don't usually see that. That's kind of strange.
Looks like he's on a totally different lake.
Yeah. Saw Garrett catch a good one about 10 minutes ago, a little less than 10 minutes ago.
Shitty cast.
Garrett from Mount Holly, North Carolina.
That's a spot, dude. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's another big largemouth.
Another good one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's 2. They better catch them. They better catch them because we coming for them today. Don't you put a hook in my hand. I know you're big. Don't do it. In the river. In the river. You were never coming off, was you? Look, got the mom's pliers, the pink ones. Stole them out of that tool bag.
Mom's pliers will do the trick when they need to be pressed into action, and luckily for Garrett Smith, he needed them there for his second fish of the day. Like he says, watch out. Everyone may need to catch them today. They're catching them at a pretty good rate so far, early on this morning of our second day of competition.
Garrett had 2 for 5 pounds, 9 ounces. He's up to 4th place with that fish. Where you need to be.
Yep.
2 largemouth for Garrett. We've seen some good smallmouth today. Brandon, you say this is a good day for smallmouth in this part of the world.
It definitely is. You know, a northern smallmouth, you think of northern fish, you want that bright sunshine so they can see really good, but it seems like our southern smallmouth are completely the opposite. You want these rainy, cloudy, nasty days. That's when they really bite. It's they're easier to trick on those days. They can't see your bait quite as good.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
That was right next to the boat. That's a keeper. I think so. That was so cool.
One more look at this one. The short stringers count, don't they?
Man, that's cool.
You think that fish was following or came up from right there?
He's seeing those fish on his forward face and casting that topwater to him and getting them to come up. Yeah, that fish was definitely following it, but that's a pretty cool deal.
Went in as a pound and a halfer. Puts Aaron back on top with 16 pounds 5 ounces unofficially.
On this bank today than there was yesterday. Oh, here we go. 2 of them. Oh my gosh. Come on. Here it comes. Got him.
Wow.
I don't know if he's gonna keep. Oh my gosh.
Pretty close.
Oh, sorry.
I think he probably will.
You said largemouth got to be 15, smallmouth 18 inches.
Yeah.
That hook just came flying under. Hopefully he's 15 on the knot. Really close. All day. Go. Number 2. And I also got Connor in the shoulder. Let me get this out of here. That was cool. There we go.
Aaron Jagfeld's starting to feel it a little bit. Our leader coming into the day, maintaining his lead, spreading it out, as a matter of fact, by a little bit. Back to Garrett Smith.
It's looking like they're starting to get back into these pockets farther, which they hadn't been there all week. But with the water coming up, that's where they're supposed to go.
Talked about him catching those brim eaters back in there a little bit. They got to do a lot of that at the national championship up at Hartwell.
Stay
So he should be all practiced up on that.
Stay hooked, bro. Stay hooked, bro. Oh my God.
He's on the right deal.
Oh no. You see that bite come out from the branch.
I saw that tree coming too. I was like, he's fixing to get a bite out of that tree.
Hey, they got to catch him today now. That was a big one.
This time of year, they love to get right in the ends of those trees.
You might want to get the bleep button ready.
We don't have one. Anyone who watches Bassmaster Live knows that.
That was a good one.
Wow.
Let me know when.
A lot of head shaking going on.
Yeah, a whole lot of
that's
shaking.
A tough break.
Garrett Smith.
He's
having
on
a
the
good
right
day.
deal, though.
Yeah, doing a good day so far for the young man from Mount Holly, North Carolina. working on his master's degree. He's still got his eligibility going.
Wow.
Over there, Lander University.
Shake it off. Shake it off. Awesome. I'm good. I'm good. I'm sure y'all just saw that little slip up right there, but we're having fun this morning, man. They're biting my El Chapo, having fun, covering some water, beating the bank. So, I don't know. Keep going. Had a lot of blow-ups this morning already. We're trying to run them down. Oh, yeah. Throwing the old black Chapo. Just need a couple more bites. We'll be fishing.
You got 2 right now for just under 6 pounds.
Most of anyone
what he had
today.
yesterday.
Yeah, right. Got himself in 4th place. 4th place is the key spot. You got to be 4th or better to move on in the semifinal competition tomorrow.
There you go, head-to-head, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3.
Yep.
For a chance to get to Monday in the head-to-head match to make the Bassmaster Classic next year.
I know we got to stay positive and not talk about the ones we lost, but whew.
It's a big, big deal for a college guy, for sure. I mean,
bit.
it's a big deal for an Elite Series guy, I can tell you, but for a college guy to have a chance to fish the biggest tournament in the world, that's a big deal. You heard a lot of them in their pre-morning interviews talking about how it's a life-changing experience, and it really is.
Yeah, I can't imagine the nerves of young men at those days.
Absolutely.
But they're so poised. They're so ready to go in this day and age, Brandon.
They are.
It's just incredible to watch them in action. They're so good. Garrett Smith right there. More poundage in the boat than anyone else so far, but it is early on the 2nd day of competition. Jag Feld still on top based on his 14 pounds, 13 ounces on day number 1. Great effort on day number 1. Conserving well through the day. Be in that top 4, though, right below Case Cherry, Andrew Blanton, Haddon, and the rest. We'll be right back to Tim's Ford. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox with the postseason on the horizon. Francisco Lindor and the Mets seek a crucial win against the Brewers, or Gunnar Henderson, the Orioles, taking on Carlos Correa and a twin squad in desperate need of a win. Don't miss the action tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Well, the game here at Tim's Ford Lake in Tennessee, all about being in the top 4 after today. That's the way you will progress to the semifinal round. Let's get back down to our 8 competitors, all former members of teams who did so well during the season in order to qualify here. Now shooting for a shot at the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. This is Dylan Akins. Dylan from Emmanuel University. Team of the year overall. Great day yesterday, 14-4, still has yet to get one in the boat today. Here's a candidate.
Number 2. So Winter didn't pull out of the race.
3 more to go.
Thought I heard him say number 2.
I did too. We may be a little behind here.
It's crazy how long these fish will just sit under it before they eat it. And it's kind of similar to my home lake, which is Lake Lanier. This is a herring lake, but these fish here are just so much more aggressive. Once they get on it, it's like they'll at least swirl on it or something. Lanier, they just won't even move.
Dylan from Buford, Georgia, of course, right there. Basically on the shores of Lake Lanier. He said he thought it would be close to his home lake. It's a little different sort of a place, though, isn't it, Brandon?
It is a little different, but I can definitely see some similarities to what he's doing for sure. You know, those spotted bass, they live over cane piles and stuff like that, especially throughout the summer months. But he said he couldn't believe how aggressive these fish are. Honestly, that's because this is not, those fish probably have not been chased that way. I mean, this is not the traditional way that locals fish at Timms Ford Lake, and it is the way they fish at Lanier a lot this time of year. So that's why these fish are super aggressive. He's kind of unlocking a little something here that's not the typical way.
Certainly worked yesterday for Dylan. Put
For
himself in
sure.
a great position to start today. And moving up the leaderboard. Back to Emmanuel University's Chase Carey.
Like, what do you mean, like, in totality? Yeah. So this morning so far, I've just been using my jig, fishing around these rock points and rock banks, and I'm just utilizing my forward-facing sonar, going down the bank and just looking for underwater structure, whether it be rocks or brush piles or maybe even like some foundations. And a lot of the time these fish, they're just either they're sitting around it or they're sitting on top of it. And I've caught one good one this morning on a submerged foundation. And then I've caught a bunch of the other ones. Just not, they weren't keepers. I mean, a couple 16 inchers and like one that was like 17 3/4, but just using this forward-facing sonar, using my jig, and this reel, I mean, I'm not even having to set the hook. These smallmouth, they got such small mouths, sometimes it's just better just to reel instead of setting the hook. So that's what I found is best so far today. But we're just gonna keep working at it and see if we can't catch 4 more.
Chase, recent grad there at Emmanuel University, majoring in sports management. Looking to work in some phase of the industry when he goes out and faces that cruel, hard, real world out there after college. We've all had to do that. Got one in the boat, but it's a good one, 212. Earlier on today. Let's take it out to Caleb Hudson. Caleb from University of South Carolina Union.
Had a pretty good day one for only having 4 fish, 12 pounds, 12 ounces on 4 fish. That's pretty stout, Brandon, right?
It is. It definitely is. He's on good quality. You know, we were talking at the break. It looked like a lot of them were down toward the lower end. He's a guy that's on up toward the upper end of the lake. He's in a creek called Boiling Fork Creek.
A little small one.
Good section of the lake. A lot of really good largemouth in that section of the lake. There's a lot of tournaments. There's a boat ramp right there in the background.
And
There's a lot of tournaments that go out of there. Yeah.
Put that one on the board, see if he makes 15.
I think he's gonna be about 14. Let's see.
Not looking hopeful.
Whoa, wait a minute. I think we got us a keeper. Oh, if I can get my motor out of the rocks. We sure do. We got us a keeper. Certainly a lot faster than I caught my first one yesterday. There.
Going in as a 1-pounder. 1-pounders certainly count. Every ounce counts on this special day. Just got to make it into the top 4 where Caleb Hudson is living right now.
Oh, God.
Back to Garrett Smith.
You got the whole thing?
He's still talking about that one he lost, I
Oh,
think.
man. I will have some texts from my buddies about that one. Me and my 12-year-old girl. That's a good one.
There you go. That's the best way to put one behind you, catch another.
Oh, they are going to have to catch him today because we're going to have fun in the river. In the river. It's a keeper. It's
Got
number
that
3.
one on the buzz bait.
The old double buzz that time. This one's a little bit smaller, but we're getting there. I'll call it a comeback, man. Throw her in as a 2-pounder. We're gonna put her on the small side. This one actually works, so we can get in and out a little easier. Oh, she's face down, that's good. That's good there, that's on fresh water. We're good. All right, that's 3. Once we get, hey, we get. Wasn't me.
3 he's through just under 8 pounds. He's jumped from 8th to 4th, and he's within ounces of climbing another spot.
He's off to a good start, yeah, for sure.
Dylan Akins, again, great day yesterday. Needs to get her on the board today.
Trying to see if we can get his bass track updated. It is not registered as of yet.
Oh, okay.
We believe he
all right.
He has 2 fish.
Okay, all right.
Wow, that's incredible how close to the trolling motor those fish are biting. That's like the 4th time we've seen that.
Luckily, he got another hook in there, but he was barely hooked for the longest time. Had me scared. That one, say he was barely hooked. That one was coming out. Almost got me.
Nice one, as you updated us there. That's his 3rd fish. He could well be in the lead right now, couldn't he, Such?
I would believe he would be. He's 3-5 back. His 3 fish probably a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the lead's not what it's all about today. Just be in the top 4 on this day. A lead wouldn't hurt your confidence.
There's a protein bar in my mouth.
After Jag felt.
Might be a good one. Come on. 1 hook. Come on. Got smacking a fish right there, too. Ow. Yeah, it was like 2.5. My forehead bleeding. Did he get smacked hard? Dude, is there like a mark right there? And is it? I was gonna say, it came back. I got you last time and I got me this time. Did you get that bite too? That was cool. Got smacked right in the face.
Well, Aaron Jagfeld started the day with the lead. You'd think he just has to hold serve a little bit today, but I don't know. They're catching him pretty good out there. He may need to put some more. He's got 2 small ones in the boat as it stands right now. We got 8 anglers, 8 individuals. Not part of their team, fishing against their former teammates in every case as well. As all these 8 are trying to get in the top 4. We head into the end of this day, and that's a long ways off. A lot more to happen between now and then. They are catching them, and catching them steady here at Timms Ford Lake in Tennessee. 2024 Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops here at Timms Ford Lake. A live coverage brought to you by Lew's. We appreciate that. First look at this lake for Bassmaster fans. We never had, as far as I know, an official event here, especially in our live coverage roster, but impressed with what we have seen so far. Tommy Sanders here with Mike Sukon. Our special guest, Brandon Lester, one of the best in the business. Just qualified for his 9th Bassmaster Classic out of 11 years as an elite. That is hard to do. And these guys trying for something really special, Brandon. I mean, it means a lot to these guys.
Oh, it absolutely does. You know, we were talking about it earlier before we came on. Even as an Elite Series guy, it's kind of how we judge our season, is making that Bassmaster Classic. Because, like I said, you can't win it if you're not there.
Elliot Wugapolsky, Adrian College in Michigan, still looking for his first keeper of the day. Had 6-6 yesterday.
Dylan Atkins' fish showed up on Bass Track. He has the lead.
Let's get over to Andrew Blanton. Andrew, end of our national championship team this year, 2024.
Well, we got 2 in the box. It's 2 more than we had this time yesterday. I don't know. It was seeming to go pretty good this morning. Hoping this bite will pick up as the day goes on. If it don't, we'll have to change something up, and I'm fine with that. So it's whatever we got to do to get 5 today. It's gonna be the goal. Oh, here I am getting hung on these trees.
Andrew, a junior from Chesney, South Carolina, majoring in business. So he came here hoping he could throw a buzzbait.
Not surprised to see a Carolina boy throwing a buzzbait down the bank, that's for sure. That's when I was kind of looking at the roster on the way over here, seeing where those guys were from and stuff, I figured those Georgia Carolina boys would be up on the bank throwing a buzzbait.
Got the whole family there with him, his whole support crew. We heard from them first thing off this morning. They got faith he can get the job done.
Probably ain't gonna get bit till I get up here to this tree. This is where it usually happens on these trees.
Wise words.
Garrett
He
Smith
knows what he's
showed
doing.
that earlier.
Yep. Right there on the end.
Andrew and his partner Garrett Smith locked down that national championship just a few weeks ago up at Lake Hartwell. Oh, yeah.
Don't think that one will do it.
Little guy, but he was
Damn
right where he was
smallmouth.
supposed to be.
He did. That's the way they do. First day I was here, in the first 15 minutes of fishing, I had a smallmouth knock this thing about 3 feet in the air. They're aggressive. Sir? Oh yeah, and the smallmouth are extremely skinny. They are. I worry about them. They look like they're. I mean, like a 18-inch smallmouth usually is a pretty heavy fish, but they're. I mean, from what I've noticed, the ones I've caught, they're only about. Some of them are 2.5 pounds. Some of them are pushing 3 pounds, but. For an 18-incher, they're skinny as rails.
Brandon, you were filling us in this morning about your southern. This brand of smallmouth is not built like the an 18-incher up on St. Clair or the St. Lawrence, right?
No, they're definitely not. Their diet's totally different. They're just a different breed of fish. I think they're just kind of like an old river smallmouth. I mean, they can still get big. We see some 4+ pounders and an occasional, very occasional 5-pounder smallmouth on Timms Ford. But no doubt the biggest fish in Timms Ford Lake are definitely largemouth.
We are getting some good fish catching going there today. The conditions seem to be favorable to what's going on here, and we're happy for any conditions. We're so happy we're fishing with all the wild weather that has visited this part of the world in the past week. Hurricane Helene, as heart goes out to all these people who are dealing with all the flooding still going on. We'll be right back. Welcome back, 2024 Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops, and things are popping out there on Timms Ford Lake, that is for sure. Lots of fish catching going on today. Dylan Akins started outside the lead, but now he has really caught enough to put himself up, and with a little bit of margin, about 5 pounds ahead of Aaron Jagfeld as it stands right now. So Dylan Akins looking very, very good to do what you need to do today, and that is to be among the top 4. Why don't we take a look now at our Strike King Rewind feature right now, and of course that's going to feature some very, very good performances. And as I mentioned, the top performance so far has been that of Dylan Akins. Dylan Akins from Emmanuel University, part of our Team of the Year, and he just seems to be dialed in, Brandon.
Yes, he definitely does. He's looking at his forward-facing sonar, seeing these fish, and throwing a topwater bait to them. Really a cool deal. I feel like he's kind of cracked the code on something that not a lot of people do on Timms Ford, and it's obviously working for him.
Great job with his partner during the course of the year. Chase Carey being the overall Team of the Year, meaning they outperformed everyone points-wise through both their division and the national championship. And he is your leader right now. Dylan Akins. So great to have you here in the Bassmaster Studios right now. Sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders along with Mike Such-Sukon. Can't be prouder. Our big catch for the day was to get this guy, Brandon Lester, one of the top tier guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 11th year as a Bassmaster Elite Series member. 9 of those years you have qualified for the Bassmaster Classic, and anyone who watches this show knows how tough that is to do. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It feels good to get back to the Classic for sure. I missed it last year, and man, I mean, that's the biggest tournament. That's our goal. That's kind of how we assess our season. If you don't make the Classic, you didn't have a good year. If you made it, you had a dang good year. Life is good.
And it is like a dream come true, the prospect for these guys, these college anglers, of getting to go there. They can jumpstart a career in a big way.
No doubt about it. And these guys, I mean, you look at them, they're so poised and polished and really, really good anglers already. I mean, I'm impressed with what they're doing for sure.
Well, the other big bonus we have having you here in the studio is this is your home lake. I mean, you live just down the road, down there in Fayetteville, Tennessee. We do these Tennessee River things like Fort Loudon and say, oh, well, Brandon Lester, he's Mr. Tennessee. Well, you point out to us many times, say, hey, I'm up here. This is my part of the country.
That's right. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Timms Ford is the place where I fished the very first tournament I ever fished in my life. I was 15, 16 years old, and back in 08, 09, 2010, when I was first getting into tournament fishing and cutting my teeth, I fished every single tournament I could get in. I mean, weeknight jackpot tournaments, weekend tournaments. I know Timms Ford Lake. I've fished it a lot.
Well, it's first look for so many of us here, and people are maybe more familiar with some lakes up around the Nashville area, like Percy Priest or Center Hill or something like that. How does it stack up against those? How would you compare it? What is it most like in the area?
Yeah, it's a lot like a Center Hill. It's a deep highland lake. It's got smallmouth and largemouth, obviously. I feel like the biggest fish in the lake are definitely the largemouth. I'm real curious to see if anybody goes up the river and kind of unlocks, because I feel like that's where the biggest fish in the lake live. But they're doing pretty dang good. Most of them are down there on that lower part, and most of them are doing pretty good as well. So, you know, there's good fish throughout. Obviously, it's got a lot of fish in it. I don't think, you know, September's the toughest month of the year all across the southeast. So I don't think we're going to see any giant bags, but we're seeing a lot of really good fish catches and some good topwater action. So I'm in on that.
Suits, you got something for a special guest?
You don't get a lot of traffic there, do you, with all the other good lakes around there, the Gunnersville and Chickamauga? So you almost got it, not to yourself, I'm sure, but you probably like that.
I do like it. It is kind of a little hidden gem, you know. It's there's a lot more recreational boats on Thames Ford than there are fishing boats, to be honest with you. But like I said, it's a good place to be from, man. Middle Tennessee, I've got all those Tennessee lakes. Then you can go south. You've got Gunnersville, Wilson, Wheeler, Pickwick, all within a couple hours of my house. So I'm very blessed to be from there for sure.
We'll stop you at Pickwick and take you back in time. Now, right now, let's do it. Let's go out 2022, which is really, you've had so many terrific seasons, but this was your breakthrough season coming in here. You'd already notched a victory in the Opens up in Florida, and here we are on Pickwick, and you found something a little different there, didn't you?
Yeah, real special place. I found a little shallow place there that I kind of rode every day. I would get off to a really quick start on that shallow spot. And then just, it was a good week, real good week.
Absolutely. Everyone was kind of pulling for you. You've been so close so many times, all over, different places all over the country, all the way up to the St. Lawrence. And versatility, I think everyone recognizes you for tremendous versatility. We're seeing some versatility among these young men here. They're so polished by the time they get to the top level at college anymore.
I'm going to do that because you go out there and 17-incher, 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 and you might not ever, you know. It's just, I mean, that's a better one. That's a better one.
Andrew Blanton.
Yes. Get him in here.
There you go.
Thank goodness. Thank you, Lord. Take him. Told you, 2 or 3 more. 5 bites today. God, thought he was gonna come off. My drag was so, I don't know how my drag got loose. Whew, thank you, Lord.
That's a good solid one. He needed that, Andrew Blanton, trying to bust his way up into the top 4.
He's knocking on that door.
Yeah.
Shallow bite really seems to be coming on strong today. I think yesterday with all the weather that came through, there was a lot of wind and it was real nasty. I think that may have affected that shallow bite a little bit yesterday, but today it seems to be popping and these guys are picking up on it pretty quick.
Back out now to
Up to a lay down bite
Andrew.
like this, and I hadn't thrown a jig all day. I pitched my jig and, oh, golly, I watched him come out there and get it.
Another one on the tree.
He's gonna be close. I watched him swim from the other side of the tree. Come get it. 16-incher. It's not, it's probably a where's 4? Let's go. It's gonna be better today. That's 3 in one pocket. That's more than I caught all day yesterday. Yeah, I sat there and watched that sucker. I watched him 5 feet before he ever come and got it.
Good stuff. Things looking up for Andrew Blanton. That is for sure. Moves into the top 4 with those catches right there. Out to Tanner Hayden, South Carolina Union. Tanner still waiting to get on the board on this day. And a slow start. Tanner from Appling, Georgia. Remember that Lunkers Trail, 2 divisions of college bass fishing. Lunkers Trail Team of the Year.
It's been kind of rough for us. We ain't caught any keepers yet, but caught a few 17-inchers. But hopefully they start biting. I ain't been catching much until about 9 or 10 o'clock anyway, so hopefully we start catching them then.
Goes to the University of South Carolina Union, which is a little bit north of Murray, half hour or so at least.
They're not the Gamecocks. Do you know what the team name is, Such?
No.
They're the Bantams.
The Bantams.
The Bantams, yeah. Yes, sir. Caleb Hudson, his teammate. That successful season here in 2024.
He didn't have a bantamweight yesterday, Hudson, 12-12.
No.
Third place.
It's a good one.
He's just got 1 today for 1-0, though.
Got you live. Talk about your morning so far.
Morning. You know, we've got a couple shorts. Just got to see something real cool. They come up right next to the boat a second ago, so we got to see a whole school of them. It's been eventful. I caught one, had to throw back. It was real close, so we're just trying to fill the limit today, trying to survive, trying to stay in it for tomorrow.
A little bit slow also for Caleb today as the rain starts to come down. We'll have some intermittent showers during the course of the day. But you said, Brandon, you believe the lake is set to rise.
I think it's going to rise.
Days, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to rise some. I looked before I left the house yesterday, and they were predicting it was going to rise a couple of feet. And then I looked again this morning, and it looks like it's rose maybe 3 or 4 inches overnight, but.
The region was supposed to get about 6 inches of rain, I saw on the futurecast from the hurricane coming through.
Yeah. We didn't get near as much in Middle Tennessee as East Tennessee and the Carolinas and stuff did, but we definitely got some rain. That rising water, I can only imagine, is going to help that shallow bite as well. But then again, rising water, I don't feel like it'll affect the guys out there fishing off the bank either, unless those fish really start making a move and a lot more of them push shallow, which is possible.
Hard to believe the Bassmaster College Series been around since almost 20 years here now. 2006, I think we saw our first sort of edition of that sort of competition, and now high school fishing has got very, very big now. They've got something really cool called the High School Combine, where the high school hopefuls can attend and see what kind of college material they might make. Just completed one of those. It's a lot of fun to take a look. Let's see what happened recently.
This is the Skeeter Boats Bassmaster High School Combine in Decatur, Alabama, where 100 high school anglers have the opportunity to meet with 26 of the best colleges in the country in hopes of earning a scholarship to fish at the collegiate level. Over the next 2 days, anglers will have a chance to meet one-on-one with the coaches of their choice. After Afterwards, the anglers take their luge, rod, and reels to compete in 6 different skill competitions in hopes of winning the individual and grand prize. This is a fast and growing event that provides the student angler an opportunity like no other to chase their dreams.
'24 Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops here at Tim's Ford Lake here, South Central Tennessee. Sort of fortunate feeling here that we're able to get all 4 days. It looks like we're going to be able to get all 4 days of this tournament in. Looking very good for that right now. Dylan Atkins, happy things have gone off without too many hitches. He's got a big lead as it stands right now. Looking very good to make the top 4, which is what today is all about. We've got our top performers for the season. Member of the top 4 teams, members of them out here now competing as individuals. At the end of it all, on Championship Monday, one of them will stand as the winner and the angler who is going as a college angler to the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. What could be better than that?
Awesome. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We're still going down the bank with our topwater. Got one more in the box since we saw you guys last, and we're still up here.
How many is he up to, Such? How many fish does he have?
I'd like to shout out everybody that's back home watching. Trying my best to make something happen for you guys.
3?
Showing 3 for 714,
okay.
But he just said he had another one, so maybe it's not showing yet.
He's the first guy I've seen. He's down at the mouth of the river. Looks like he's kind of working his way up the river. So I'll be curious to see how far up that way he goes.
Man, this looks good back in here. We pick up another one.
You look at the map of Tim's Ford, and like so many lakes in this area, you see just so many little feeder creeks in the hilly terrain. And I'm sure they're not all created equal.
No, they're definitely not. And that topwater deal that he's running is, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but there will be a certain section of the lake, whether it's the lower, the middle, or the upper section, where that is really happening. And that's why I'm curious to see if he keeps getting bit as he goes up the river, because typically that's more of a mid-lake and a lower section kind of a deal. But his average size will probably be better if he keeps going up. I just don't think he'll get quite as many bites.
What's the biggest largemouth you ever caught here, Brandon?
The biggest one I've ever caught's a little over 6. I've caught a few over 6. Every year there'll be a handful over 6 weighed in on Tim's, but and occasionally you'll see one over 7, but that's pretty darn rare.
Garrett Smith obviously going to be covering a lot of ground today. His 3 fish so far. I've got him tucked up. We're just under our top 4 in 5th place right now.
2 ounces from his teammate, Andrew Blanton, in 4th, who he needs to pass.
Yeah, Andrew caught up with him pretty good there in the last 30 minutes. Elliot Logopolsky. Still looking for his first keeper out there. Had 6.6 yesterday.
4-pounder. Just need one of you. I'd take 2, but we'll start with 1.
Elliot, part of that Adrian College team from Adrian, Michigan there. Second top points winners in the Legends division. New scheme this year for college bass fishing, 2 divisions. Legends and the Lunkers divisions. Top points getters in each one meet at the national championship. Of course, that national championship won by Garrett Smith there and his partner Andrew Blanton this year at Lake Hartwell. Be the same scheme next year for College Bassmaster. In fact, they just announced the destinations for the 2 trails. We'll share that with you a little bit later today.
Oh my goodness. Took it away from him. That was a good one. He might eat it again.
Here's Blanton.
Here he comes. God. Oh man, that makes me sick. Whew. I'm telling you, that was a solid one right there. That's what scared me. He came out for it so fast. Man, that was a good fish. It's a good sign though. This is happening today. Better than it was yesterday. I think they're on the bank a little bit better. That was a limb. Oh man.
Okay.
Gonna have to shake that one off.
Well, the last few minutes we've been spending a lot of time with Garrett Smith and Andrew Blanton. They've earned it, that's for sure. Had a fantastic season, qualified for the national championship up at Lake Hartwell. Get a look at some of the action from that championship. Hartwell's very popular destination for Bassmaster tournaments, provides a great playing field. I think you'd agree to that.
Absolutely. I fished my first Bassmaster Classic at Lake Hartwell. Fond memories. It was 6 degrees that morning.
We were there.
Yeah.
We remember.
A little bit better conditions recently at Lake Hartwell for that national championship. We certainly had some deserving teams out there. It's one of these lakes where you can find a way to get it done. It's not all just one way to do it. And a lot of them are catching those bass fishing on brims. I think that's what our winning team spent a lot of time doing.
Yep, absolutely. I'm fishing a Bassmaster Open over there here in just a few weeks.
Ah, yes.
And I'll have a buzzbait tied on.
All right.
Gonna decide a lot.
Oh, for sure, no doubt.
And there they are, Blanton and Smith. What a moment for that team. And here they are. That's one of the 4 ways to qualify for this bracketed competition. And at the end of it all, possibly a trip to the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship, coming up from Lake Ray Roberts out in Texas next March. Can't wait for that. It'll be on us before you know it. Right now, though, we got plenty of time to get the job done today. Be in the top 4. That's what it's all about. Aikens, Jagfeld, 2 on top. Well, tomorrow we have got a huge day of football on Fox at 1 Eastern. Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. Or at 4, the Patriots take on Brock Purdy and the Niners. Check for the game in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Getting into the thick of it. NFL. A little bit pumped up by that. I would venture to guess around the studio here.
I'm still trying to figure out who's good in the NFL.
I'm trying to figure out who's not injured yet.
How is that?
That's our problem every year.
Big part of who's
nature of the
good.
beast. Makes it exciting. Turns things around.
Had a couple things like that happen in practice. It was going down before the hurricane rolled in. They were chewing, man.
It's Garrett Smith out here, currently in 5th place. Got to be in the top 4 if you want to survive this college bracket action here
Here he
on
comes.
Tim's Ford.
Oh, did you see that? He waked over to it, man. It's another decent one. He's going to come right here in the boat. He waked right over to it. That was cool. Yeah, that was cool.
Another keeper for him.
Go ahead, I'm helping you out here. Just gonna take you on a boat ride.
You can tell he's doing what he likes doing. He's doing what he's confident in.
In his throat. Can't get it no better than that, man. I'm pretty sure he's 15, but we'll check him. Make sure. God, he waved over to it. That was too cool. Oh yeah, golden, and it's definitely a largemouth. Put him on the keeper side. Oh, I didn't weigh him. Put him in as a 2.8. That's about what he is, I'm sure. Uh-oh, we up in the trees. We in the jungle.
It's going to pop Garrett Smith up over 10 pounds, I believe, Such.
I believe you are correct, and top his teammate Aaron Blanton for the 4th and final spot to move on to tomorrow's bracket matchups.
If I had a 5-pounder, we'd been
It's early.
Sunday.
It's early, but we do see stuff like that during these bracket tournaments. You see teammates just scrapping it out one against the other. Former teammates now, individuals competing.
There we go. Awesome. Well, we just caught number 4 on the old buzz bait. Gonna keep covering some water. We just had to come out of the jungle. We was all up in the trees after I hooked it. So now we're back down the bank we go. One more, we're gonna have 5. We'll have a pretty good 5-fish limit. All largemouth so far, no smallmouth. That's been pretty cool. So just keep covering. We're taking my little boat ride back to the ramp. They're having a party back there. They got been hearing them flopping around, having a good time. Need to get us some like disco lights or something. They could really have fun.
Garrett's the one having a good time.
Oh, dude, a fog machine? Oh, they'd really be living up. They'd be riding in style in a Ranger. It's even got a sunroof. That one side comes all the way off, man. They got a little sunroof and everything. Rooftop party. Oh, God.
Fish moved him to 3rd place.
Wow.
And he only had 2 fish yesterday, right?
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
Big day for him. Big comeback.
Laying up under here. She's in the back of a pocket all by herself. Should be perfect. Been back here living on it.
Still early too. That bite will last all day, and a lot of times it gets better as the day goes on.
Ah, no. Bad cast. There we go. Yeah, she ain't home today. She probably went to see her grandkids or something.
Chase Carey on the right, trying to get some
She'll be back after
boat dock action going out there today. He's only got 1 so far. Good one, though. Just under 3.
Too perfect of a spot for there not to be one.
No limits yet. 4 guys with 4 fish.
We pick up number 5. Got a little trash mat. Bunch of laydowns. Man, that's been the key this week, honestly. They've been really hanging on the ends of these laydowns. They hadn't really been just nose of the bank. Usually this time of year they're real shallow, but they've been kind of sitting out off the bank a little bit, just hanging out on the edge of these laydowns. And that's where most of them blow-ups are coming. That's where actually 3 of my 4 have come out off the ends of these laydowns, and that's where I've had a couple more good bites at. But should at least make for some cool blow-ups, like that one right there, the little tiny one. Follow it out. See if she's hanging out. Nope. About to risk it, send it over a couple of these logs. If we get one, hold on. God only knows what's gonna happen. Hook one over top of all that trash.
My kind of guy. You got to get him to bite before you can catch him.
Garrett hoping to fish the opens after he gets done with his, actually in a master's program right now, his business program. course, if he wins the Classic, he'll be hooked up with the Opens for sure, and one of the 2 new divisions with the new scheme with the Opens coming next year. We'll talk about that too sometime during our coverage. USC Union.
These fish out here, they don't really like to cooperate till about 9, 9:30, 10. So this morning kind of just went to the bank hoping to catch a largemouth or 2, which we did. So we got a couple extra bonus fish there, or 1 extra bonus fish there. But in the afternoons, they seem to get out here underneath this bait and kind of school up. And
Caleb Hudson 12-12. Good day yesterday. Trying to build on that. Going a little slower so far, but like all our anglers, he's got lots of time.
Brandon Lester, is that your experience that some of these fish out offshore wait a little later in the day to start biting?
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The water temperature, I was out, not on Timms Ford, but I was out on another little lake close to home this week, and the water's still up there in the high 70s. So you're looking at still very much late summer pattern. I figure a lot of these fish are still feeding at night. And I think a lot of them get up close to the bank at night, and then it kind of takes them a little bit longer after daylight hits. It kind of takes them a few hours to get back out there and get to roaming around so they can see the bait and all that, because it's all site related. If they can't see them, there's no need of them getting out there. So I can definitely see where that deal would get better as the day goes on. Looks like he's throwing a spoon. We have not seen a lot of the jig head minnow this morning. And that
we haven't. I was wondering about that.
That's kind of surprising. We will before the tournament's over.
Oh, yeah.
I would have to imagine.
Caleb Hudson, Tanner Haddon, our Lunkers Division top points getters through the 24th season. Caleb from Lincolnton, Georgia. Tanner from Appling, Georgia.
Garrett Smith started 8th as our best bag today. 4 fish for 10 pounds, 6 ounces.
Coming up on these
Moved up
divots.
to 3rd place.
Oh, this could be good. Well, nah, if you don't make casts.
Garrett may be in the running for having the best time of anyone today.
Yep.
He was just in his element, obviously. Enjoying it. He's doing his own commentary, and we always appreciate that. We have plenty more coverage on the way this morning for you. Live coverage here from Timms Ford Lake in Tennessee, the striking Bassmaster College Bracket. Timms Ford, South Central Tennessee. Coverage continues. Our live coverage of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops. 8 anglers representing the 4 teams who did so well during the course of this season. Now, not team members, now individuals. All gunning for the one prize that's available at the end of this whole thing. That's going to be on Championship Monday, and the winner of that final match will have access to the Bassmaster Classic 2025 over in Texas. Fort Worth, Texas, Lake Ray Roberts. Let's take it over to Andrew Blanton. Andrew kind of hovering right between 4th and 5th during much of the course of this morning. Is it 5th right now as it stands with 4 fish? No big ones yet.
Then ounces of 4th place.
Yeah.
Course, Caleb Hudson is a sunnier
2
outlook.
two
He's
to
only
be.
got 1 fish.
Unofficial, of course, but they're usually pretty close.
Now, Brandon Lester, we heard him say Timms Ford is a Bill Dance signature lake, and you've seen the benefits of that?
I have, yeah. There's actually a ramp up on toward the upper end of the lake. It's right outside the town of the Winchester Square there, called the Timms Ford Bass Club ramp. They're getting ready to redo that whole ramp. They're going to put a new ramp in, put a new dock in, public fishing access. So it's really cool to see what the state of Tennessee has done partnering with Bill Dance, you know, a legend in our sport, and putting some money back into the sport. Really, really cool. Just trying to get more people involved, which is what it's all about.
Like a 2-1.
I was reminded that you always associate Bill with Memphis, Tennessee, but his roots are right around here, are they not? Of course, he would have started fishing before this lake was built.
Yeah, he's actually from the town of Lynchburg, which is not far from here at all. And consequently, he grew up fishing in a creek called Mulberry Creek, and I used to fish that creek with my granddad when I was a kid.
How about that?
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
We just ran into him at the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame banquet Thursday night.
That's right. Yeah, it's good to see Bill looking good.
A lot of legends up there. We had two of our own. Our producer, Mike McInnes, and Mark Zona, inducted into the Hall of Fame, making it even
big
100.
moment. Much deserved. Caleb Hudson hooked up here.
Barely hooked. Oh my gosh.
Looks like he got one on the spoon.
Yeah.
Looks like a good one, too.
Oh, yes. There we go. Skinny. Well, about half dead. I don't have to measure that one.
Largemouth 15-inch limit here. It's got to be 15 or more.
Did 2 hours since Caleb's first catch this morning.
Wow.
Just over 2. There we go.
Caleb Hudson sticking with the program. That spoon, it's paid off for him. Got a second keeper in there.
In these conditions, Brandon Lesser, what would you be fishing right now out there?
I would have to be fishing shallow up there like a couple of the guys are doing, throwing the buzz bait and the plopper style bait.
We're in a roll.
You know, it's just, I've caught so many doing that, and that's my favorite way to fish this time of year. But
yeah, we'll move. We got to go just across the river channel, so. Let him know. All right.
I think that wind is affecting the guys that are doing the forward-facing thing, out chasing fish around. It doesn't really look like it's blowing that much, and Tim's Ford is not a lake that gets real rough because it doesn't have a lot of real open, vast areas, but there's enough wind that it can definitely affect what you're doing when you're trying to line up on a fish.
Yeah. It's supposed to be about 13 tops today.
Yeah.
Tanner Hayden, the other team from USC, University of South Carolina Union.
3 decent ones yesterday for 8.5 pounds. Fishless today. Needs to get it going.
Right now, there's a few fish hanging around them, but not really seeing any big schools yet. Hopefully we can find a place that's got some bigger schools so we can catch some fish.
Yeah, I'd say that wind's blowing every bit of 13, probably more like high teens and maybe even 20 in that shot. But you notice the guys that are back in the pockets. This is typical Tennessee. You've got those deep hollows. It blocks that wind. When you get back in a pocket, it's pretty much dead calm. They look like they're on 2 totally different lakes.
Tanner, the senior there at South Carolina Union, from Appling, Georgia, business major. Going to be wrapping up his eligibility this year. What a great year they have had. This top points getting team in the Lunkers division. Lunkers Division next year going to be fishing Clarks Hill, Douglas Lake, Clarks Hill, Georgia, South Carolina, and Douglas Lake in Tennessee, and Rayburn down in Texas. So you get some good variety there. Well, you got to pull for Tanner and Elliott there, our two anglers who are yet to get themselves on the board. Certainly want everyone on the board on this day. And we remind you, only the top 4 among these 8 are going to advance to the semifinal round tomorrow. That'll be heads up, match fishing. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3.
Yeah, they're 2-day combined weights. We got 2 anglers above 20 pounds, Dylan Atkins and Aaron Jagfeld.
Andrew Blanton with 13.9 total right now. It's got him just outside the top 5.
Let's get this up. Man, yeah, he was. I love to have him. I know that was a keeper. Sir? I don't know. He was. I thought he was going to come out here and get in a boat with us. I like dogs, but that one seemed pretty mean.
You see how he's skipping that buzzbait back under those limbs, overhanging limbs, right up next to the trees. Every now and then you'll see him cast over a limb, but that's just because he knows he has to get that bait way back up in that cover. That's kind of where those fish sit. Very important to make very precise casts when you're doing that deal.
It's gonna be one right here. This looks like what I've caught a lot of my fish on today. Oh, come on. Ah, hey. I know it, I guess so. That fish right there I saw should have bit. Every time I've saw one, I've been able to catch them. And the buzzbait has been the best bait for it, which is crazy.
Well, when we joined you this morning, we had a little interview with Andrew's family. Mom, Dad, his little brother. Little brother said he can get it done today. He's got the full faith and credit from little brother on getting it done today. Look at here.
Gonna be close.
Like a smallmouth.
Oh,
Measures, it's our first limit.
I hope he does. I hope he goes.
It is.
I don't know. Kind of looks like one of those 17.5 inchers.
Right.
We've got to be 18 for smallmouth, so let's see.
It's gonna be so close. It's a keeper smallmouth.
Yeah, good deal.
See it?
Wow.
Keep all day.
Let's go.
That's going to put Andrew back in the top 4.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt. Very nice, very timely catch. That young man here. Oh. He's got a spectator. He's got one of his followers out there. Oh, yeah. Very vocal. These fans here at Tim's Ford Lake. Gotta love it. All right. Somebody's watching, that is for sure. Absolutely. We got more for you to watch when we come back.
He wants to.
Strike King College Bassmaster Bracket competition from Timms Ford Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Been a fun morning of fishing so far here. We got 8 anglers out here who've done so well during their season, the Strike King College Bassmaster Series, that they have qualified for this very special event, the bracket competition. First time ever held at Timms Ford Lake here in South Central Tennessee. Everything's pretty tight out there today, and you got to be in the top 4. That's what these first 2 days of competition are all about. Everyone competes on these days, and the top 4 weights only will progress to the semifinal match tomorrow. Out to Garrett Smith.
Last fish we saw Andrew Blanton catch tied him for 4th with Caleb Hudson.
Great shot from the cameraman there.
Big buffalo carp is what that is.
All right, I'm gonna make one under this cable up there by the walkway and we go on.
You like where he's fishing, Brandon?
You were talking about run-ins earlier. There's a culvert back there in the back of that pocket where he just was.
Oh.
I'm sure he probably saw it. I'm sure he made a cast or 2 by it, but.
Already hit that.
He's in a, I like what he's doing. He's off by himself. I'd say he'll be one to watch as the week goes on.
Yeah, who doesn't like being by themselves?
Mm-hmm. You don't find that much in fishing anymore, Tommy.
Everybody loves that. Everybody. Yeah, you don't find it anymore.
There's no way they don't break this time.
Caleb Hudson.
All right. Yeah, all right. Just caught our second keeper. Just caught another non-keeper. So we're getting bit, which is important because yesterday it seemed to have went in flurries. So got to capitalize on the bite windows. Got a school of them coming under the boat right now. No, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. That's got to be a striper. It's got to be a striper. Yep, giant striper.
There are a lot of stripers in this lake too. That's something we hadn't talked about yet, but you got the actual saltwater striper and then the hybrid.
Go over your head.
Hybrid stripe that they actually stock in the lake as well. So, you know, you're gonna see some of these guys out chasing those more pelagic fish. That's where those stripers live. But they'll mix right in with the bass.
Oh, come on, get in here. I'm not grabbing that guy. Big old hybrid. All right.
Saying they're time wasters then, Brandon, huh?
They are. They definitely are. They're fun to catch when you're just out fun fishing, but that's not what you want in a tournament.
I haven't caught too many of these this week, but everyone I have caught has been just this big.
They look about the same as a bass when you see them on forward facing as well, so you can't help but to make a cast at them.
That's kind of the bugaboo of the forward facing effort, isn't it? I mean, just finding the bass and identifying them is not always easy.
That's exactly right. I'd say that's the hardest part, you know, especially when you go to a target-rich environment that has a lot of fish in it. Trying to tell the difference between bass and catfish and
I don't know about this
drum.
pocket. It's might get bit in here. I saw a wolf pack in here in practice, but I don't know. It's just wind's blowing really hard. I don't know. These Timms Ford bass, they might like it. Yes, sir. Hey, a long way from home, I guess.
Nebraska flag.
Might throw something out there that looks like corn. One of the pets might bite it. The one spot you could do that out on Tim's Ford.
But yeah, it was a big old deer, man.
These guys have both risen from 7th and 8th. Garrett Smith all the way up to 3rd. And Andrew Blanton is tied for 4th with Caleb Hudson.
God, this all looks so good. So good. So good.
Yeah, both these guys just 2 fish yesterday.
Yeah.
Way ahead of schedule
If
today.
they talked a lot last night, said, hey, so maybe we should try this or that. Or...
Maybe so. I mean, I think both of them just kind of got some bites early this morning, and they both figured out
Not quite Boston, but it's up there.
that those fish are back doing what, I'm sure these guys both had good practices doing what they're doing, and yesterday with that weather, it was just kind of an off day, and those fish didn't get up on the bank and really chase brim, and that happens.
Everybody does it, man. See, I'm the Dixieland Delight, but I'm not allowed to sing that one on here. I can, but I'm not a Bama fan. I'm a diehard Carolina fan, but diehard South Carolina fan, which we should have beat LSU, by the way. Thank you, refs.
Oh, here we go.
Gamecocks. Cox by 50, baby. But yeah, we should have beat the hell out of LSU. We just let them back into it, then relying on the refs, man. You can't never do that. It's never a good combination.
South Carolina play Tennessee this year? I don't know.
I don't even know, Tommy.
I can't keep up with it. Now we got Texas at the Southeast Conference, all this stuff.
I like to watch a football game, but I'll be honest, I don't follow football very much.
Okay.
See a limb right there?
But I am a Vols fan.
I wouldn't get hung on it. But Dixieland Delight, that's the one that a lot of people sing down here. Every school's got, like, not every school, but a lot of they've got a rendition to it. It's like, you know, it's.
All right, the football talk continues out there from the South Carolina fans here. Let's speak about is this Dylan Akins? I think it is. Our leader from Emmanuel University. 23 pounds and 8 ounces, had trolling motor issues earlier, we are told, and had to go back in, get that seen to, and he is back in business. Akins again from Buford, Georgia, there, Lake Lanier country.
Yeah, it's been going so far so good. I've lost a good many, but my trolling motor's kind of jacked up, so I'm trying to get number 5 so then I can run back to the ramp and try and get that fixed so I can kind of move a little better. Right now it's just really hard to turn, so I'm just trying to get one more good one so I can feel comfortable and then try and go get this fixed so I can fish a little easier.
All right, he hasn't been in for had the trolling motor seen to. He's kind of limping along here, but. He may have done all the work he needs to do.
Maybe so.
We will see. I don't think I'd leave anything on the table, though. On day number 2, that's for sure. Everybody's going to be trying to do everything they can to assure one of the top 4 spots and moving on into the semifinals.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of fishing the same areas as I was earlier. Still seeing fish on the live, just haven't really gotten them to bite, other than a couple fish. I mean, earlier I saw some fish, pack of them I threw to them, with a jig and lost them, and then I've also had a couple of these fish are roaming following bait, so I'm able to throw a topwater at them and get them to bite. In practice, I was able to catch them on a Demiki, but today just hasn't seemed, the past 2 days really haven't seemed like they want to eat a Demiki. Lost one on a topwater and then lost one on that jig, so just trying to find some keeper fish that, I think the one on the topwater maybe wasn't big enough, but the one on the jig might have been close. But just keep digging.
Chase Carey says he has his eyes on a fishing industry related career, said he'd really like to be involved in something that gets more young people involved in the sport. We certainly would applaud that. He'd be a good man for the job. He's got a job to do today, though. He's got to catch some more fish. Just one in the live well, 2 pounds and 12 ounces. Not a bad one, but he's going to need more. He wants to ascend into the top 4. More to come from Tim's Ford momentarily. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Postseason on the horizon. Francisco Lindor and the Mets seek a crucial win against the Brewers. Or Gunnar Henderson and the Orioles take on Carlos Correa and the Twins. That squad in desperate need of a win. Don't miss the action tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Meanwhile, we're on Tim's Ford Lake here for the Bassmaster Strike King College bracket action here. We head on out to Chase Carey. Great to be in the studio with the great Brandon Lester, who's also aside from being one of the top tier guys on the Elite Series, a native of this place right here. This is his home leg. Brandon, great to have you with us. Ronnie Moore missing in action today, but for a good reason. Blessed event in the Moore family. He and Sarah welcomed their second child into the world this week, so we are missing Ronnie, but we understand.
Congrats, Ronnie.
Congratulations.
And family.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Stay down.
I think it was Chase that made the comment earlier that he hadn't been catching them till 9 or 10 o'clock. And
right. Yeah. Right on time.
He's come alive here the last 30 minutes or so.
Working over those points all morning long.
Come here.
See if this one keeps.
There we go. He's long and skinny, but he'll probably measure. That fish jumped before I could even reel it. I think he might have hooked himself. Hope he measures. Yep. He's a skinny one, but we're gonna take him. 3 more to go.
Number 2 helps the cause for Chase Carey.
Yeah, I just threw that jig up there to a pack of them, and they just went berserk, and then thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Whew.
Brandon, it's not a herring leg here.
No,
so
it's
is
not.
What, threadfin maybe, shad? Of course, we've seen some brim action as well.
Yeah. Threadfin shad, gizzard shad, and definitely crawfish as well. I would say predominant forage would be threadfin shad.
Okay. Back to Dylan Akins, your leader.
Another one right at the trolling motor.
Not sure if we're gonna make it either.
You worried about about that being short, maybe?
Yeah, that's going to be a close one.
No, sir.
Over to South Carolina Unions.
Three decent ones yesterday, 8-9, but
Yeah,
not
10.
one in the box today yet.
Not so far.
Maybe now.
Kind of getting dark all of a sudden there.
Mm-hmm.
Stay down. Stop all that. Maybe 18.
Maybe a keeper smallmouth? No.
No. No help, not going to keep.
Good measure.
Back over to Garrett Smith. Doing something a little bit different. You get some good results. Third place for Garrett as it stands right now, but better keep the pressure on all the way to the end of this day. Wants to remain in the top 4.
Love that sound.
I do. I do.
Good deal. What's going on, everybody?
Such a fun bite because it's so
We're still
visual.
up here throwing our top water, burning the bank to the ground.
He's got the most weight in his live well, 10 pounds, 6 ounces on 4 fish, up from 8th to 3rd place.
Sliding back in here, we'll pick up the old buzz bait. No, come on down. There we go. That blade's messing up again. See what I can do about that. There we go. That should fix it.
Going for his master's in business
Now we're
administration.
in the jungle here.
Yeah.
Dodging
Lander.
trees and spiders and whatever else. Might see a deer or two. You never know. Shoot, I was talking about it earlier. We had seen some otters and saw an 8-point yesterday in somebody's backyard, man.
Opening day of bow season in Tennessee today.
Oh, is it? Okay.
sure you're dodging the trees back there.
Are we taking away from your plans there, Brandon?
Actually, I'd probably be crappie fishing if I wasn't here, but I'm glad I'm here.
Now, what kind of pressure does Tim's Ford get? I mean, compared to, say a Old Hickory or something like that.
That's bottom.
Honestly, it gets a pretty good bit. There's a lot of little small, fruit jar tournaments and stuff throughout the week there. There's a couple throughout the summer months. There's a couple of different Wednesday nighters. There's a Friday nighter. There's a Saturday nighter. So it gets a good bit of pressure for a 10,000 acre fishery for sure.
Maybe gets a little break during football season on the weekends.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Saturdays.
In the winter months it gets a little bit of a break, but a lot of tournaments that go on there. The fish are pretty well educated.
Garrett Smith, if he doesn't make it, it won't be for lack of cover and water. He has been a machine out there today, moving in and out and trying to get into every little nook and cranny in that corner of Tim's Ford in Tennessee. We got plenty more to come. A long way from weigh-in time. You're watching our live coverage of the 2024 Striking Bassmaster College bracket, Tim's Ford Lake. Presented by Bass Pro Shops. Lose. It's our live sponsor for all the action today. We've had considerable action today, believe it or not. All the weather worries that we've had during the course of the week, we've actually got yesterday in. We get all of today in. Had a little bit of a late start yesterday. But right now, that's the way it stands. Of course, at the end of it all, we've got a classic bracket for one of our 8 qualifiers throughout their good seasons this year. 2024 Striking Bassmaster College Series. Let's get out to Andrew Blanton. Andrew Blanton, well, as it stands right now, he wouldn't want the weigh-in to happen because he's the first man out of the top 4, but he can change that with one swing of the rod.
God, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm. He's way back in a creek called Lost Creek.
That's a largemouth.
Traditionally speaking, that's a really good creek.
Day.
You get a lot of largemouth and smallmouth in that creek.
Sure, you heard that one.
Yeah, the big ones always sound good.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm gonna put him in this side. Have to do some arranging here. It scares me. Alright. That's one good one. So put all the better fish on this side. Put that one. That's a good one. Put the smallmouth this side. That's the smallie. These 3 better ones should have. That's one of the small ones. I think that's him, but I'm on. I believe, yeah, that's him. Make sure. Alrighty.
Good to be culling on this day.
Some highlights, I tell you
this
what.
Time of day. Back over to Garrett Smith.
If nothing else, we put on a good TV show this morning.
Don't think we don't appreciate it.
Absolutely. Is he still stuck on 4 suits? Or
yes, he
is.
Yes.
5? Okay. So he's
Blanton
looking for
is the
his,
only one with a limit.
Looking for his limit fish. Boy,
Does have the biggest weight today at 10 pounds 6 ounces on Bass Track. 4 fish.
Take a look at some of his action from today. Garrett Smith, he's been doing this all day long, working those little Little cuts and feeder creeks and so forth like that. It's
that
covering a lot of water.
Swapping back and forth between a buzz bait and a plopper style bait. And he's making it work. I've noticed when he gets way back, tucked back in where it's real quiet somewhere, he'll pick up the buzz bait, but when he's kind of out on the outsides of those pockets where there's a little more wind, that's when he picks up the plopper. I mean, he's dialed in, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing.
There you go, kitty.
He did a little twist on Robert G's belly pad. He did a little belly rub there on one of his fish.
I was sitting here thinking a minute ago, it kind of reminds me of Robert G.
He is sort of cut from the same mold, I think.
You too. That's why I didn't want to outright say it. But.
Yeah.
Sort of a born entertainer, I guess you might say.
Yeah.
Garrett Smith way ahead of his 2 fish. All he had yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. 4-pounder. I need it. I need one. Should be one right there. Bush kicks out in the middle of the old creek channel. That's where he should have been laying. But instead he's gonna be up here on this dock waiting for me to throw my old Chapo in there. And go, make me happy.
Classic bracket started 2011.
Yeah.
This will be our 14th angler to make it to the Bassmaster Classic from the College Series.
Staying corrected, she's going to be on the laydown.
Last year's college bracket was very memorable. This young man right here, Easton Fothergill, on Milford Lake at Junction City, Kansas. Really doing the roost there. Had a lot of adversity, but just so he could fish, to get past, just so he could fish here, Such.
Oh yeah, he had a brain abscess after qualifying to this event. Then he had surgery, emergency surgery, had to heal up. He was worried he'd heal up in time. He did. He got the clearance right before the weekend to go here to fish, and he fished and came and won.
So a great win for that young man there. Of course, that punched his ticket to Grand Lake, to the Classic, where he finished, I believe, 16th
Yeah,
place.
great finish. One of the
really
third
good finish.
college ever angler to make the top 25 cut.
Yeah, very exceptional stuff. And now he's in the lead in our Opens competition.
He's won 2 events.
That's unbelievable.
Bracket, I get
On a
full
run, he
entry
was
in
a
all
big talk at
EQs, and
B.A.S.S.
obviously I
Hall of
get to make it on the big stage, which is a dream come true for sure. So, living the dream, man. Just quick couple thank yous. Thank you to everyone right there. Those are my rocks, all of them right there. Thank you to my boys from Montevallo. They all mean the world to me. And thank you to Bassmaster for providing the platform for us college kids to compete every day. So that's it, man. Now the road to get back here starts now.
I think all those 8 guys we see on Tim's Sport are glad that he's doing so well in the Opens that he could not fish. He had another, I think, year of credibility
Yeah, he could. I think he could have came back and fished this event if he would have qualified and get there.
He's got a shot to win the Opens title, and you can't blame him for that.
He's leading the points, EQ points.
Is Carey hooked up?
That looked like a nice one.
Yeah, could be fish number 3 for him.
on, buddy. Oh.
There you go.
Too, don't it?
Those smallmouth never give up.
Oh.
I mean, just like choking it.
He's got a chance to make 18, doesn't he?
What did he have yesterday?
He had 8 pounds and 4 ounces yesterday.
Okay.
He only had 3 fish. So this equals his 3 fish. It's got to be 18 inches, though. Is not. Okay. Oh, that's a disappointment.
Wondering about that.
Well, gotta find the big ones.
Of course, all these teams in attendance at the Strike King Bassmaster College National Championship this year at Lake Hartwell. And speaking of Lake Hartwell, in just a couple of weeks' time, less than a couple of weeks' time, we're going to be showing up there for the final Open, the final St. Croix Bassmaster Open of the year. That will find our qualifiers for the Bassmaster Elite Series, among other things. Going to be a good one, October 10th through the 12th right here. Check it out. Tomorrow, we got a huge day of football on Fox at 1 Eastern. Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles against Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. Or at 4, Patriots taking on Brock Purdy and the Niners. Check for the game in your area, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Great to have you with us for all this live coverage of this very important event in the world of college bass fishing. This is Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket competition presented by Bass Pro Shops. Chase Carey, one of 8 anglers trying to do everything he can to make his way into the top 4 as all of these 8 anglers are fishing. They fished yesterday and today. Their 2-day total is what's going to determine whether they pass on to the semifinal action tomorrow. Actually, we're going to take a little turn zig where we should have zagged there and go over to Caleb Hudson. Caleb Hudson getting it done so far. He's in the top 4. Could use some more padding, though, that's for sure.
Such a weird spot. Hopefully he keeps after all that work I had to go through.
Well, smallmouth for Caleb. Again, the question's the 18 or more. It's got to be that to add to his limit.
Looks like it might be long enough.
Yeah, I think that one's probably going to do it. I think that's the first catch we've seen on a jerkbait, and I'm kind of surprised at that. I figured that'd be a big player in this event.
We got us an 18-incher.
Yep.
Yep. I'm close. Oh yeah, there we go. Over 18, just 18 and an eighth. 18 and a quarter, really.
Solid fish.
Yeah, good choice. The jerkbait.
She's
Caleb
a
Hudson.
I mean, it don't get any more beautiful smallmouth from that.
Notice the smallmouth that the guys catch out in the middle, the shad-eating smallmouth will definitely be fatter than the ones they catch up on the bank.
2.5.
Gives him 5.5 for the day and back to 3rd place, where he started.
Cooking with gas, whatever.
Here's 4th place, Andrew Blanton. Two and a half is kind of the gold standard out here.
Yeah, that's a solid
We're
fish
learning
for sure.
as we go through the day.
Spank.
3.5 would be a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jagfeld and Akins almost got the 3-pound average yesterday, 14 plus, almost 15 for. Blanton's in 4th. His Landers teammate Garrett Smith is in 5th. They started the day about 13 ounces apart down at the 7th and 8th place. I'm sorry, it's only 10 ounces apart.
This bank's a little bit steeper. A lot steeper than what I've been catching them on the buzzbait.
I like what he's doing there. He's picked up a jig. He come to a good piece of cover, picked up a jig, pitch it in there. Just keeping it honest.
Well, he and his roommate Garrett Smith have got to do big things today. They got to recover from a 2-fish day yesterday, both of them.
And they're both the only anglers over 10 pounds so far today.
Yeah, they're getting it done pretty much. He's got to take it all the way to the end.
Of course, Garrett, if he gets his 5th fish, he'd knock Andrew Blanton, his teammate, out.
It's just, wow.
All right. We're still up here in the river, throwing our top water. Not much changed, guys. We're just gonna grind it out up here, see what happens. We got 4 of them in there still. They're making a little noise, they're having a party. Good deal. Hopefully old Andrew's catching them. Me and him both have some ground to make up. And if they'd call it right now, I think I've made them ground up, but it's not how tournaments work. There we go, come on. Oh, you're not running right. There we go.
They were teammates, and now they are battling each other for that vaunted 4th spot there in the standings after 2 days of fishing. Total weight after 2 days determines whether you're out or in for tomorrow. So these guys have work to do. There is no doubt about it. All of our 8 better push all the way to the end today. Back to our live coverage from here on Timms Ford Lake in Central Tennessee. Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops. Live coverage brought to you by Lew's, sponsored by Lew's today. We do appreciate that. Still a little drizzly, a little drippy here, a little cloudy. That has not had a bad effect on the fishing at all. We have seen some great fish catching all day long. The whole point of today is be above that red line, be among the top 4 who will fish in the semifinal. 2 semifinal matches tomorrow, determining the 2 finalists for Monday's big showdown for 1 spot. The World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey, coming up next year, next March, Fort Worth, Texas, Lake Ray Roberts. A lot on the line for these young anglers. Chase Carey currently in 6th place. He's a ways out. Got to get some more keepers in the boat. He's got 2 at present. They're not bad ones, but the limit would be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, short run.
Only had 2 limits yesterday. Our leaders with more than 14 pounds. 2 limits so far today. 26 fish caught all day yesterday. Today we already got over 23 fish that have been caught. Count the
double
cutfish.
that amount today, huh? Possibility.
And it's not even halfway through today.
Yeah, we're in the 4th hour of fishing, maybe getting ready to wrap up the 4th hour. Weigh-in's going to take place there in Winchester, I guess, at
Timms Ford Marina, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
Timms Ford Marina.
Yep.
3:20 Eastern Time when the weigh-in gets underway.
And 4 will advance to head-to-head matches, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 tomorrow, all day. And then Monday, the winners of those for the classic berth.
Head-to-head, final 2.
It's always so interesting. Last year, Easton Fothergill just had he's on such a great run.
He is.
Oh, man.
He's been tearing it up on the Opens. And don't think all the Elite Series guys aren't watching all those Opens guys saying who's coming next year, you know. And he's already won 2 Opens this year. I mean, he's just lighting it up, man. He'll be on the Elites next year, I'm sure. And he'll be a force to be reckoned with, too.
What do you do, catch an 8-pounder such at Eufaula in Oklahoma? I mean, who does
it's
that?
8:14, I believe.
Who in the world? That is unbelievable.
He goes to his home lake, Leech Lake.
Yeah.
Tears it up there.
Lights out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Spoke with Cody Meyer, who's chasing him for the EQ Tackle Warehouse Points Angler of the Year. He said, I don't see him, he's 28 points behind or 27 points behind. I don't see him finishing 28th, and I don't think he could fall far enough for me to overtake him. But hey, if something happens, I want to be there.
Yeah, anything could happen. There's still some fishing left for sure.
Well, we look back when this started. I'm sure many people were skeptical of giving a coveted classic berth to the college angler. We had, a couple dozen teams back there when we started in 2011.
Oh, yeah.
Now look what it has done, though, to college bass fishing. The number of teams out there. These guys are getting put through the paces, and they're ready. Their Open's ready to become a pro, Brandon Lester, and they're coming for your job, buddy.
They are. They absolutely are. It's really incredible how just polished and poised, and I mean they're smart beyond their years. They really are. I look at a guy like Garrett Smith we've been watching this morning, and I see the adjustments he makes, and I'm like, man, there's guys that's been on the Elites for 15 or 20 years that don't, it's just, it's
been
crazy.
phenomenal.
Then they disappear again.
Learning from you guys and watching a little live and videos.
They're so good, so schooled, and
yes, they are.
A couple of them tell me that their favorite thing to do is research, and not just YouTube. They get on these forums for every lake. I mean, they get after it. They're serious about it.
Well, Fothergill, when he was convalescent from his brain surgery, said he was Googling. He said there's not a lot of information on Milford Lake that, bass fishing wise. There's more about the other species, and he did his research on on Google Earth.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do, though, man. When you're coming up, you have to absolutely be a sponge. Every little nugget you can find, you just have to file it away, because someday it'll help you.
Didn't Brandon Lester win here doing this? That kind of thing.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you really have to be a student of the game. You really do. I still find myself doing that. Like at an Elite Series event, if I don't make day 3 or day 4, I'm watching Bass live, because I want to see what I want to see what was going on, you know.
We hear that. That's probably a little pain and also a little.
It is
a little benefit. Also.
I mean, you've heard it said a lot, but it's oh so true. The ones that you get beat in bad are the ones that you learn the most from.
I guess that's right.
I mean, they're hard lessons to learn, but that's where you really learn.
Go back and say, slap my head, I was doing that. Why didn't I stay with it?
That's exactly right. Yep.
Garrett Smith has one job here: stay in the boat. Do not leave the boat.
He doesn't want to lose that buzzbait.
No, he doesn't, obviously.
I don't blame him. A buzzbait is definitely one of those baits. When you get a good one, you protect it with your life. It's about like a good wood crankbait or something.
Mm-hmm.
You get it running just right. You don't want to lose it.
Almost done with our live coverage this morning on FS1. I want to remind you that right after this, right around the corner, here we're going to join up with the Big Noon Kickoff. That's already underway in Orlando. Later today, the Fox has the big Colorado UCF game from those precincts. Also, early games today: Minnesota, Michigan, BYU, Baylor on FS1.
There's our leader, Aaron Jagfeld. He's been off camera, Tommy, sorry. And he's up to 25 pounds over 2 days. He and Dylan Akins, 23.5 pounds, may be secure. The other guys will have to do some work to catch those two.
Hey, that's a freaking good one.
We have got a lot to look forward to. Coverage is going to continue on Bassmaster.com. That's going to come up in about an hour's time. It'll take you all the way to weigh-in time.
That's a good one.
Weigh-in also on Bassmaster.com, so you can check that out starting at 3:20 Eastern Time, I believe.
Let's go.
Tim's Ford Marina.
It's the one. It's the one.
Andrew Blanton and Garrett Smith from Landers trying to climb from 7th and 8th in our top 4.
There's that coverage we were talking about right there. Coming up at noon Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Taking you all the way just about to weigh-in time. And, of course, you'll also be able to see the weigh-in. As we mentioned, at 3:20, 2:20 Central on Bassmaster.com. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on FS1. We will have the 2 semifinal bracket matches coming up for you then. A lot of excitement tomorrow from Tim's Ford. Happy Saturday to you. Our live coverage now continuing here on Bassmaster.com with the striking Bassmaster College Series bracket competition presented by Bass Pro Shops. Our live coverage brought to you by Lew's today. We have had a lot of fun out there today. Good fishing out here. No giants, but right in line with the average for this lake and this part of the country. Aaron Jagfeld, Dylan Akins, Caleb Houston, our 3 guys on top. That's the way we actually started this morning. But they have all added to their totals and remain in the same perspective to one another. Chase Carey has moved up. And some other changes as well. Looking forward to getting into the last 3 hours of fishing today. Fishing coverage for you. A little bit more than that we have for you. Of course, it's Such. I'm Tommy Sanders. But the main attraction here is our guy, Brandon Lester. I mean, one of the top tier performers of Bassmaster Elite Series for 11 years now. Just qualified for his 9th Classic. And for our purposes, we're on your home water here, Tim's Ford. So give me your opinion. What we've seen today, how has it shown out?
It has been really good. We've seen some really good, especially some good topwater action. You know, we all love that. But I always tell people, anywhere in the Southeast, September is the toughest month of the year, I can promise you. And I'm pretty impressed with what these guys have caught so far. It's been right in line with what I expected. I knew you were going to have some guys fishing shallow for those bluegill eaters, and I knew you were going to have some guys fishing out, chasing those shad-related fish, and that's exactly what we've seen. So looking forward to seeing
seeing the guys out coming on a little bit later in the morning today, so maybe that's a trend that could continue?
Absolutely.
All right. Suits, you made a note earlier that we're catching them way better than yesterday, the first day of competition.
Yeah, we only had 2 limits yesterday. We already got 2 limits today. We got 1 more fish than the 26 caught all day yesterday. We still got half a day to go.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're looking forward to all of that. And why don't we just get you caught up on everything we saw during the course of the morning on FS1. And by the way, we'll be back on FS1 tomorrow morning. But right now, we'll have our Strike King Rewind to show you what we saw during the course of day 2 of 4 days of fishing out here, starting with Tanner Hayden. Angler from USC Union, University of South Carolina, Union, South Carolina. Currently in 7th place. Tanner went for a long time this morning, kind of struggled today. Took him a while to get that first one in the boat.
And sadly, that's the only one so far today, Tommy.
Well,
1 fish.
But as we were saying, some of the guys offshore a little bit might prosper a little bit better today. Here's Garrett Smith. Now, Brandon, we had a lot of fun covering Garrett today.
We did. He's a fun guy to watch. He's had a really good morning, caught a lot of fish up shallow, going back and forth between a buzz bait and a plopping style topwater. It's been fun to watch him.
We don't have our exact locations nailed down, but we sort of get the idea he's in the upper part of the lake, maybe tending toward the river there, right?
He is. Last time we saw him, he was headed up like the mouth of the Elk River, and I was curious to see how far up he was going to go because there's some big largemouth that live up that way, and big smallmouth too, but there's some really big largemouth up there, so we'll see what happens with him.
He started last place. He moved up. He's got 4 fish for a little more than 10 pounds, so he's in the hunt.
Yeah, he had 2 fish yesterday, as did this young man, Andrew Blanton. Andrew, also from Lander University, our national champions. And he started the day a little bit slow, but came on strong after a couple hours.
Doing the same kind of thing that Garrett Smith is doing, but he's on the total opposite end of the lake. He's down in the Lost Creek arm, which is traditionally another really good arm of the lake. You get a good mix of largemouth and smallmouth, and that's what we're seeing with him right there.
He's got our biggest bag of the day so far, 10 pounds, 12 ounces. Jump up right now, he's in 5th place, needs to do a little culling.
Yeah, that 2 fish on day number 1 is what he's kind of battling against during the course of today. He's got to overachieve on day number 2 if you weren't able to get a limit on day number 1. Let's go to Chase Carey. Chase Carey started the day a little ways back, but man, slow getting started, but it's come on strong. Apparently in the last hour, he's moved up into the top 4.
Yeah, 4 fish for 10.5 pounds. What's he doing? Do you know?
He's doing something kind of interesting. He's running a lot of those rocky kind of points. That's typical Tennessee stuff, man, but he's throwing a jig. He's using his forward-facing sonar, looking for structure and throwing a jig, and we've seen him catch a few good ones on a jig, so good to see diversity in a tournament always. We always like to see that, and when he gets a bite, it's a good fish.
He's 1 fish away from getting 20 pounds, and he's 1 shy of the limit, so that may do it.
Yeah, only had 3 fish yesterday, so already a better day for Chase on day number 2 of these 4 days of fishing. From USC, University of South Carolina, Union, South Carolina. Here's Caleb Hudson. Started the day in 3rd place, and he remains at 3rd place, just kind of rock solid through this whole thing.
Yeah, he's up toward what we call the Bass Club region of the lake. It's up toward the river on the upper half of the lake. Not real sure where he was when he caught this one on the spoon, but he started up on that end anyway, and he's another guy that I think is kind of off to himself a little bit. Another guy to watch for.
He had 4 fish for almost 13 pounds yesterday. Today, a lot lighter, almost 4 pounds lighter with his 4 fish so far.
Got 1 more to go for a limit, so he certainly has room to grow in there and hopefully hold down his spot. 3rd place will get you to day number 3 of the fishing here. Dylan Akins, I keep wanting to call him Atkins. Dylan Akins, great day yesterday, just a few ounces behind our leader. He's got his 4 fish fairly early today.
Yeah, he's been throwing a topwater a lot. I think that looks like a chug bug style topwater. He's using his forward-facing sonar, seeing those fish and throwing at them and getting them to come up on that topwater bait, which is really cool and something that I don't think a lot of people are doing on Timms Ford Lake. So it's neat to see he's kind of tapped into a deal that could definitely prove to be pretty special.
What, 14 pounds on day 1 and change? He's almost He's almost to 10 today with 4 fish, 23.5 pounds total. Maybe good to go to tomorrow.
How about our current leader and our leader to start the day as well, Aaron Jagfeld, Adrian College up in Michigan, part of our team that won the Legends division of the Bassmaster College Series, and just picking up with his momentum he's got.
Seeing him do a lot of that same thing, casting to him with a topwater bait. We saw him right there. I'm pretty sure he caught one on a jig head minnow. There's another topwater catch. So these guys are getting dialed in more and more as the tournament goes on. And as this weather gets through and everything kind of settles out, it should get a little better as the tournament goes on, hopefully.
Aaron Jagfeld, definitely a guy to watch out for. He finished second in the St. Croix Bassmaster Open up on his home lake of St. Clair earlier this year. He proves he can hang with the front runners. That is for sure. Here's his teammate from Adrian College, Elliot Wilgopowski. Still need Elliot to catch one. We need him on the board here. Caught 6 pounds, 6 ounces yesterday.
Got a couple more showers coming through his area.
Garrett
Smith. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. He's way up there.
Yeah, he's still looking for number 5. I'm curious to see.
If you're just picking up with us, we are on Timms Ford Lake here, South Central Tennessee.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate y'all sticking around. I know it's been a dreary day, but we're still up here in the old river. Oh, there's some on bait. No, come here. No, come it. Ah, no. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? That's been something to help get some bonus fish this week, has been really focusing. Even when you're fishing the bank and stuff, it's crucial to be paying attention, because there's still a lot of fish out that are roaming on these bait balls. It's just the fact of the matter. All the fish in the lake don't do one thing at the same time. I've been able to catch in practice, especially a lot of bonus fish by doing this. Just kind of keeping it honest and paying attention. Those didn't want to play nice. They ran up there and look at it, but it's unfortunate. Come here.
Well, Garrett Smith just proven to us there that whether you're trying to look for him breaking the surface or you're trying to watch him on your screen, the rod you need to throw at him when you do see him is not ready to go.
That's right.
That seems to be too often time the case for folks.
Hanging a minnow every now and then.
He made a really good point there, though. He's keeping an eye on that forward facing while he's going around those docks and stuff.
Looking good always helps.
If he sees a fish that looks like it's chasing bait or sees a group of fish, he'll pick it up and cast at them. That's a really good way to pick up a bonus fish or two throughout the day.
He needs about a 3-pounder to get into our top 4 right now. Got 4 fish for 10-6, down in 6th place.
Again, if you're just picking up with us, a 3-pounder in the context of this lake right here is going to be a big one. That's going to be one of your anchor fish in a limit of fish.
Have we even seen a 3-pounder today or over 3 pounds?
Sure that wasn't annoying listening to? You haven't listened to that back here?
No, I don't think we have one over. We've seen a couple that would be close.
while y'all were away at a break, we snuck back into an old backwater. I don't know if they showed y'all that, but it was pretty cool. Got to go back in there. Looked great. No fish, but looked great.
That's where I thought we were going on the map.
Oh.
Looked like.
Well, we missed that.
I know where he's talking about. I'm pretty sure I know where he's talking about. There's a culvert not far from where he is, and you can go back under it, and there's a pretty good little pond of water back there, and I'm surprised he didn't get a bite back there.
Here's our points winners from the Lunkers division. Striking College Bassmaster, Caleb Hudson, Tanner Hedden. South Carolina Union.
Come on, turn around.
Caleb, big day yesterday. Came up there in third place. That's where he remains today. He's held serve, hanging in there as best he can, but he's got to make it last all the way till about 3:20 Eastern time. That's when the weigh-in is coming up, and the clock will start ticking a little faster, seemingly before too long. The Strike King College Bassmaster Bracket at Tim's Ford Lake, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. So great to have you with us this afternoon. We're going to be taking you very close to weigh-in time here at the end of day number 2. 4 days of fishing here. Lucky enough to get a day in. Yesterday was a little shortened. It started a little bit later owing to, understandably, some extremely rough weather moving through this part of the world. We have recovered quite nicely on this day for sure. Very lucky to be able to get this tournament in. Thinking about those not so fortunate around the country who are still dealing with the effects of Hurricane Helene. Let's get back to Andrew Blanton, just outside the cut as it stands right now in 5th place. As the rain starts to come down once again, we're going to have some passing showers today, Such. Let us know about that.
I did not think they were going to fish yesterday, just the future cast
didn't either.
going. I mean, it looked bad. But they got pretty fortunate. It blew just right through there. They didn't get a ton of rain. In this area, East Tennessee did, unfortunately, and it kind of cleared up for them.
Here's the man on top of that bubble, Chase Carey of Emmanuel University. The Emmanuel University Lions were the ones who, the overall team of the year, that's based on points throughout their division and through their performance at the national championship.
All right, now we could have 2 Lions go through to the bracketed competition semifinals tomorrow.
Entirely possible.
I mean, you look at yesterday, 4th place had 8-9. Tanner Hayden and Chase Carey was right at 8-4. So you think to make the top 4 cut, you double that and maybe add a few since they didn't have limits. So 17, 18 pounds right now. Chase Carey's 4th with 18, 12, almost 19 pounds.
Looks like he's still sticking with that jig. Main Lake points, just looking for any kind of structure, wood, rock, whatever he comes to.
Lots of crawfish in this lake, you say, Brandon?
There are, yeah, especially when you get back in the creeks and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's good crawfish habitat. Lots of different kinds of rock.
Yeah, it looks like totally different weather conditions right down the lake.
Will Gapolsky from Adrian College in Waterville, Ohio, as his hometown. Environmental science and geology major from Adrian College there. So it's a little bit different here from the Great Lakes kind of environment. He he fishes in growing up.
Oh, definitely so.
Yeah.
I hear that about the college guys, though. It's really good for getting them to go different fisheries and learn them, and they talk to other teams and figure things out. It's really, Austin Felix is a guy who said he learned so much fishing the college going around the country. Kind of wish you had that, Brandon.
I actually did fish in college some. I didn't fish any Bassmaster events in college, but I did. I went to the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and fished on the fishing team there.
How far would you travel then with that team?
Furthest I ever went was to Lake Louisville. I fished a couple of collegiate national championships on Lake Louisville in Dallas area, Fort Worth area, Texas.
It's grown a little bit since then?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was still in very much the beginning stages when and high school fishing wasn't even a thing. That was after my time. I wish it would have been. But yeah, I can relate to these guys that, fishing in college, that's where you really start to understand how much diversity there is in the fishing styles across the country, and you learn you get to learn a lot more about the industry and stuff as well. Because I'm sure a lot of these guys, probably not all of them, but I'm sure a lot of them have aspirations of at least working in the industry, if not trying to be a professional angler, and that's where you lay the groundwork, is on the college series.
I guess with all the travel and stuff these guys do now, they get a good idea whether they want a career like that or not too. Because that's some work. That's if you're a homebody, you might not set too well with it.
Right.
Let's get back to Garrett Smith.
I find myself pulling for him to get that fifth keeper.
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming. I'm pulling for him.
Yeah, he's worked hard for it, that's for sure.
Yes, he has.
Come on, El Chapo. One more time. I don't know if you play any poker, but they got I don't play a ton of it, but it's like one time. Come on. One more time. 3-pounder. Come on, 3-pounder. I just want a 3-pounder.
Looks like a good place to hide a boat dock.
Plenty of boat docks on this lake for sure. And they play a lot at certain times of the year, but this time of year they don't tend to get on them quite as much as they do in, say, the springtime.
Well, of course, this tournament's all about an opportunity for one college angler to get a slot in the World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, the College Series. The bracket competition itself has been a great pathway to get to the Bassmaster Elite Series. We've been talking about that this morning, and how that sort of experience helps you and is a way to get there. As we take a look at some of our current anglers who came through bracket qualification, including Tyler Rivette, picked up his first win the year before last. Down there in Lake Looks like a much younger,
yeah, he's
smaller
muscled up
Tyler
a bit
Rivette.
since then, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's swole up since then, as they say, muscle-wise. But he's still running it, though. He's still running it. Right. Good. Jake Whitaker, former national champion. That was up, that was up in Georgia.
14 cards.
Chatuge Reservoir, if I'm not mistaken. Knocked down that title. UNC Charlotte. Jacob Fouts. Great year for him this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Was it ever?
He was one of your pursuers over there in Pickwick that day, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
He
was right in the conversation there.
Yep.
Fight for our Angler of the Year title this season.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Then till the very end, that's for sure.
He ain't big, but I'm sure proud to have him.
Cody Huff. Cody Huff out of Missouri. Yeah. Fished the Classic on the basis of his bracket championship win. He keeps improving seemingly year over year in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Jordan Lee.
Yep.
Cody Huff and Easton Fothergill, the only 3 of the 13 College Classic qualifiers who have made the 2-day cut at the Classics. Jordan Lee, of course, has gone on to win, but not as the college bracket winner.
Yeah, he got close to winning his
6th place
Classic debut there at Guntersville back in the day.
Remember at the launch, he's pointing, we lived right across the way here.
All right.
That one looks like it's about a 17-incher.
Yeah. Pins and needles on this one.
Tough to find those 18-inchers. I can't tell you how many tournaments I've fished. And just caught a pile of 17 and a half, 17 3/4-inch smallmouth. That one's going to be close, though. That's
I told you not to.
Pretty good size fish.
All right, dummy. Get that out of the boat. All right. Calm down. Yep. Nope, not gonna work.
Oh.
17, almost 17 and a half. Gosh, all day long. Why don't those ones?
Well, that's something you got to push past. He's had a couple of those during the course of the day. Good news is he's catching enough to hang in there in good shape. In 3rd place right now. 4 now. Still has 1 to go for his limit. This is Caleb Hudson. Dylan Akins, the man on top right now with 25 and a half. Got much more to come. We're here at Tim's Ford in Tennessee. Be right back. Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket Action. Presented by Bass Pro Shops, coming your way from Winchester, Tennessee, and Tim's Ford Lake here. Dylan Akins, man on top. Dylan Akins from Emmanuel University. Part of that team. From Buford, Georgia. Jack Felt was on top for the biggest part of today. Started the day in 1st place, had the biggest day 1 of days of fishing. Caleb Hudson. Chase Carey rounding out our top 4. If we were to end it right now, they would be passing on through to tomorrow's competition. Bracketed competition tomorrow coming your way. We'll kick it off on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern time for you, just as we did today. There's Tanner Hayden, University of South Carolina Union. Of course, it's all about, at the end of it all, having an invitation to the World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Also, some other things, you get a use of a Z20 Nitro for a year, a Toyota Tundra, Both of those wrapped in your school colors, so you get to use that for a year, and where you'll get to use it is you get entry into the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, so pretty good deal.
Get to say you fished in a Bassmaster Classic, 10
That's a heck
grand
of a
just to
deal.
show up there and
Yes, sir.
yeah, experience that. People have fished their whole career saying, I want to get to a Classic.
Yep. It does not disappoint when you get there either. I'm here to tell you, I've been fortunate enough to fish 8 of them. I'll fish my 9th one next year, and I never take it for granted, man. It's something I wish every bass fisherman could experience. Standing on that stage, coming into that arena, it's pretty dang exciting.
What do you think about Ray Roberts? You're talking about Louisville, not too far away from there.
Yeah, it's a good lake. I'm excited to go back in a springtime kind of a setting.
Maybe
last
not
time,
110
Yeah,
degrees.
last time we were there, it was hot.
Yeah, it was plenty hot.
It was hot. And we got to see there's some big fish that live in that lake. I don't think it really showed out the last time we were there. They caught them okay, but I think this next year, I think it's in March or whatever, those fish will be big and fat.
I know they had a Toyota Texas Classic back a few years before that there, and they caught some good ones in, I recall.
I forget who won the truck at that. I think it was maybe Brett Ayler. I'm not sure, 9-pounder.
Could have been, yeah.
Matt Herron won it, of course.
Yeah, won the tournament, right. Back to Garrett Smith, whom I think we can all agree puts us in mind of Robert G. from the Bassmaster Elite Series, as our colleague, or known to our colleague Mark Zona as the Happy Ewok.
The Happy Ewok. That was a funny graphic.
Yeah.
I'm good. A little wet, I'm not going to lie. A little bit wet. The bite has significantly slowed down. We just caught a short, though, and back up here in just another good pocket I've got up this way. We just need one. We're one keeper away, having a limit, and no, we're one keeper away. We'll have a really good bag if we can fill it out with another 3-pounder. So we just got to put our heads down and fish, man. It's gonna be a grind the rest of the day. We're gonna try to get it done up here shallow.
He's
got
in
a few
a really
tricks up
good
my
pocket.
sleeve. We might hit a couple places, see what they do. We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't catch one in here. That's a good pocket. One of the better ones in the river.
Sure looks fishy.
Yeah, it's a good place.
However it ends up, this will be our 10th college to be represented in the Classic. We've had Bethel has had 3 representatives from this event.
Sounds about right.
Auburn 2.
Good spot for you to be one. No.
Not one of these 8.
One thing, man. I love throwing this double buzz bait, this double buzzer, but man, if you ain't careful when you skip it, it will tangle up in a heartbeat. Don't want to hang that pool float. That'd be no good.
Despite all the rain and such, Brandon, the watercolor seems pretty consistent all over the lake.
It is, yeah. It really takes a lot of rain for Tim's Ford to really turn dirty, especially down on that lower end. Sometimes it'll get stained up around where he's at, but yeah, there's so much rock and not a whole lot of mud on the lake, and that
Come
rock,
on, fish.
that rock keeps
Give
it
us
pretty
one
clean.
more. That's all we need. Wasn't far enough. We'll go over it this time. There we go. Oh, that was cool. I gotta get over that damn cable.
Get up there.
Come on.
Shit.
Got him.
Got him.
There's number 5.
Sorry, Mike. Oh, you didn't hear none of that, Mama, but I got 5. And it's down his throat.
Hey, that's a good one, too.
That is. It's the biggest fish we've seen, I believe.
Oh, that's 5. God. Fish stressing. I'm sure my cameraman's tired of hearing me talk about it. We got 5 now. We got 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, God, he has got it.
That's going to put him close to where he needs to be.
Yes.
Yep.
In his crushers. Get out of there, horny toad. You did a good job. Open up. Yeah. He's got it. Perfect. Beautiful fish. There's one thing. You don't get to catch a lot that size, man, but these up here, pretty fish, man. Pretty fish. Hold on here. 0 to scale. Put him down as a 3-pounder.
There's 213 back on Bass Track of the 4th place.
Right off that little seawall, right under a dock walkway. I mean, just textbook.
Did you know as soon as he says, "I'll throw over the cable"?
We pretty much called it. You said this was the pocket. This was this was the creek. So.
That's a good little pocket right there. My wife and I have some friends that have a lake house in that pocket. I've hung out in there a few times. Caught a few bass in there too.
Well, it's all that's left is for him to straighten it out with his mama.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
We can't help him there.
I think she'll understand that a little bit. Not to do it again.
We saw Dylan Akins ascend to the top of the leaderboard a little while ago, and we somehow had not been able to bring this catch to you, but we can bring it to you now. This is moments ago with Dylan Akins.
He's working on a solid bag.
Mm-hmm.
That one will help.
And 14-4 on day number 1. Kind of piling on today. So.
Yeah, I'd say he's working towards that, if not getting close to it.
Yeah.
Remember having a camera in your boat for the first time, Brandon? What that was like? Was it a little nerve-wracking?
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. It was actually in I think it was called the Southern Collegiate Bass Fishing Trail. We had one at Kentucky Lake way back in the day.
I'd recommend to always clear your scale the night before, not during the tournament.
If you're wondering why Dylan's being so meticulous with all his equipment, here's one clue. He told us yesterday he'd be using his dad's boat.
Oh, okay.
He's using the dad's boat. So you gotta keep things buttoned up.
That's right.
It's a big one.
Looks like Caleb's way down by the dam. That's the dam in the background.
Oh gosh, he's not that big. I just had him foul hooked. Come here. Oh gosh. All that, and I don't even know if he's gonna be 18. I don't think so. It's looking like 17.
Doesn't think that one's going to make it right there. Hats off to these guys today. I think we've seen a total of one fish came off at the boat while they're trying to land it today. That's some pretty good execution right there. But we got much more fishing left to go here. More movement up and down that leaderboard with the purpose being land in the top 4. And you are in for tomorrow. 2024 edition of Strike King Bassmaster College Series College Bracket Competition at the end of our season here. Coming to you from Timms Ford Lake. Blues, our sponsor for the live coverage today. Had a lot of fun watching these guys catch these lively bass here on Timms Ford. Pretty good fishing conditions, obviously. As they're catching them here, Dylan Akins on top. 7-ounce lead over Aaron Jagfeld. Caleb Hudson and Garrett Smith. Good one right there, a 3-pounder about 2 minutes ago. Put him up into the top 4, so that is a big development. Boy, anytime you get the top 4, it's a big development. He's been outside it since the start of this tournament.
Gary's 8th. He's got our biggest bag of the day, 13 pounds, 6 ounces. But he's only 3 ounces inside the cut right now.
Yeah, and it's not home free yet. Got a lot of fishing to do left in this day. They're going to go all the way to 3:20 local time.
Garrett hooked up again.
Come on. I don't think it's going to, it might help. That's a little flurry right there. Huh. She's out off the bank a little ways too. Let's make sure she keeps first.
So we got to be 15.
The old golden rule. Okay, so she is 15. Now let's put her on the scale. We'll do a couple of them right quick. Oh, y'all don't look in there. That's the box of all kinds of mess. Not a bit of organization to it.
I can relate to that.
I think she's gonna help.
I don't believe so. It says it's a 114. But we're gonna check and make sure. We don't want to have nothing stupid. We'll drop her in there for now. Oh goodness gracious! Whoa, no! You stay. Hey, I'm already wet.
Got him. Splashed in the eye on
a little
that
comedy
one.
was about to break out there, it looked like. I don't know, we may be leaving too soon. I don't know.
Spit back at it or something.
Check back on that at some point. Let's get out to our leader, Dylan Akins. Dylan Akins from Emmanuel University. Had a great day one, second place, just by ounces. Now he's on top, a pound and a half. Jenner Hayden, South Carolina Union. Tanner stuck on one fish, a 2-pounder. We'll have to get some kind of flurry started here.
It can definitely happen quick if he ever happens up on him. He's out looking for those ones, chasing bait out in the middle. And those fish will move from day to day. I mean, they may move a half a mile, especially when you get some wind like we've had this week. Blows that bait around a little bit.
It's been going pretty rough. We got one keeper in the boat right now. We did lose a good one earlier, but that's how it goes sometimes. And we're still getting some bites here and there, so we're hoping that we can land on the right area, the right bank, the right ditch, or somewhere that has a big group of fish that we can get on to.
Just kind of getting into the fall situation here. Makes it a challenge for these guys. Of course, they're good. They're ready to take it on. Andrew Blanton.
I like to be fishing when I'm on live, but
wow.
All right, Brandon. I was looking for the largest smallmouth ever caught on Tim's Ford. They say 4 pounds is really good, but they get way bigger, correct?
Yeah, a long time ago, like
Dale
late,
Howell type
late
ages
90s, early 2000s, you'd see a pretty good many over 5 pounds. Any more over 4 pounds is a really big smallmouth on Tim's Ford. Like some of the guys were saying earlier, they're real skinny, and I really don't know why, because the largemouth are super healthy, but the smallmouth are real skinny the last few years on the lake. The population's still good, and in the spring, when they're built a little better, obviously, you'll see a lot of 3-somethings, but you don't see a lot over 4 for sure. I'd like to know what the biggest smallmouth I think I've ever seen was about a 5.5, a little over 5.5.
Okay.
That's the biggest one I've ever had in my boat, and that's a great big one.
And here's the other thing I wonder if these anglers saw. You did 3 years ago a feature, Lester's top fall lures on Tim's Ford. And one, guess what the top 2 that you put down was the buzz bait and the plopper.
Yeah. Yep.
Garrett Smith has a copy of that story.
He might, yeah, he probably had it piled away in his memory. He probably saw it.
In his Rolodex.
In his research, he could have came across that very easily.
well
There you go.
I hope he just knocked their lights out today too.
That's got a super spook, shaky head.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
I was really
Spinnerbait.
surprised that this morning there was a couple of guys that had a couple fish come up and miss their bait. That's what I keep that shaky head on deck for this time of year. When one comes up and they miss the bait, throw that shaky head in there just as fast as you can get it in there. And a lot of times you can get those fish that miss your bait.
He also listed crankbait, square bill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another catfish.
Ned
or carp
jig.
one, whatever the heck they are. Man, that doesn't look like Tim's Ford. Uh-oh, they're scraping.
Well, the time's starting to tick as we head into the afternoon's fishing time here in Tennessee. And 8 anglers striving for the top 4 spots out here in the college bracket competition. One of them's going to the Classic. Long way from deciding that right now. We are fishing on here. Tim's Ford Lake here. Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops. If you're just picking up with us, we got 8 anglers here. 2 days of fishing, the full field of 8 who have qualified based on their team's achievements throughout the year. Bassmaster College Series. And now they're fishing as individuals against each other. Only the top 4 from today and yesterday with their combined weights are going to make it to tomorrow's semifinal round. So that's kind of the whole storyline for us today, especially that bubble line of between 4th and 5th place right now. Garrett Smith of Lander University is a man in 4th place, and Chase Carey, the first man out. Chase Carey out of Emmanuel.
Chase is on 4 fish though. 5th fish.
Yeah, he can
climb him a couple spots easy.
Yeah. This is Elliot Wilgopowski, and we need Elliot Wilgopowski to catch one. Still looking at 0 today. As we know, he can change that reality pretty quickly if he gets in the right place at the right time.
Had a couple nice ones yesterday, 2 for 6 pounds, 6 ounces.
Yeah,
those are good fish.
Really good
Get a limit
fish.
of that.
One of them had to be real good. Get out of Caleb Hudson.
Oh, that was weightlifting right there. I mean, I lost number 5 twice yesterday. I lost it twice today, so before that one. So to be able to get that one in the boat's a huge weight off the shoulders. I can actually, fish some other spots I wanted to hit, relax a little bit. Oh, you see it. Come on.
What kind of structure are you fishing right now?
None at all, really. Bait balls, I guess. If we got to name a structure, I guess bait balls. I'm kind of just going down these real steep banks, and every now and then I'll look up on the bank and I'll see 1 or 2 sitting up there, and those are kind of bonus fish. But really, we're just out here looking for bait with some fish sitting underneath them, and every now and then we'll run across some that are just moving as fast as they can across the top, and those are really the ones that
I like to see. Those ones are very promising. Like this one right here. Oh, but he's going down. That's happened a lot today.
Caleb told us the U South Carolina Union team's fairly new, and they're all kind of proud of the team doing so well throughout the season here, sort of put their program on the map. Going to help the coach to do some more recruitment in the future. Caleb, the senior, he'll be moving on. Good job by them this year. Lunkers Trail Team of the Year.
There's a group. Oh, they're going left. And down. Terrible. May have went a little too far left. No, that was perfect.
Garrett Smith has our big bag of the day so far, 13 pounds, 6 ounces. Climbed from 8th to 4th place, the final spot to advance to semifinal bracket.
There is no way that's a bass. Unless I got him side hooked.
I think you might have hooked a striper, it looks like.
Oh gosh, I think it's coming up.
Could be a foul hook bass though.
I must have one side hooked or something. No, there's no way. They've got to be striper.
Too heavy.
Try not to horse him in case he's just barely hooked or something. Come on, don't come up, don't come up. Oh gosh, he's trying to come up. Don't jump, don't jump.
I don't know, it might be a bass. He keeps saying it's trying to come up.
He was so deep. Come on. I'm hoping it's like a giant largemouth side hook, but we'll see. Or smallmouth. Anything but a striper. Oh.
Big striper.
Worst of both worlds.
And foul hook striper.
Hybrid. You're free. Man. Had me going.
Us too.
Good deal. Welcome back, y'all. We're still in here where we caught that last keeper. We're just kind of covering the bank. We've caught 3 or 4 more shorts and another one that didn't help. So we're finally starting to get some bites again, which is nice. I'm guessing maybe the rain let up. May have helped us out, or we just got back in the right area. So just gotta keep our head down. We need one more good one. We'll be smelling like roses, man. So.
Such, how does Garrett know when we're back? Has he got a floor manager there on the boat or something? We don't.
Cameraman's telling, hey, we're on.
I don't hear the cameraman.
Foul hook to foul mouth. Just sorry, Mama Smith.
A moment earlier. Mama, I'm sorry. I still love you. Don't kill me.
There we go.
He knows he's going to hear about that one.
Oh, yeah.
I would too. That's a mama's job.
That's right. Well, you land may be the fish that gets you to the final day, and it's over a cable. You get it over that, you get some expletives going.
Yep. I can understand.
No. God. No good. It's no good. No good. Oh.
Wow.
Ah, she's skinny. I don't think she's gonna help neither. I'll check her though. Dang. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna help. No, 112. Just making sure. We got one kind of tiny one in there. Putting on a shallow water show today. They still bite on the bank every now and then. They didn't yesterday. Good Lord, they did not bite yesterday. He was under that dock too. Maybe his older brothers, or maybe his grandpa's living under this next dock right here. Just hanging out, like his whole family lives back here in this pocket. Okay, he wasn't right there.
What would you expect the big fish to be this week, Randy Lester?
Somebody's going to catch one over 4. I'm going to say a 4.4, 4.5, something like that. We're going to see one.
Like hearing that news. Of course, nothing's official till we get to the weigh-in. All of our Bass Trek weights are estimated. The weigh-in's going to begin right here on Bassmaster.com, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll weigh them in, and we will eliminate 4 of our 8 anglers and have 4 of them set to go in 2 semifinal matches tomorrow.
It's tough.
Well, for more than a decade now, it has been a tradition. A College Classic bracket. This is the Strike King Bassmaster College Classic bracket. We take our top performers throughout the course of the year and let them fish as individuals here in this one final event of the college season. The winner, when it's all said and done, goes to the Bassmaster Classic, to the World Championship. First 2 days here at Tim's Ford Lake have been full field fishing just to qualify for the bracket. We start with the semifinal round. That's tomorrow, so we'll have to cut it down to 4 anglers today. Take you out to Garrett Smith. We've been spending a lot of time with Garrett today doing some fun fishing. Fun to watch for sure.
He has put on a show for us, Tony.
Man.
He really has.
Yeah, he's
I burnt all these fish today though. Man, I got them 2 there. Let's get out of here. Let's go hit this other creek. Because I've burned everything though. I don't know. That's a tomorrow problem if we make it. Everybody's good and alive. Come on, girl, get up on pad.
Garrett Smith on the move. Let's get back to Chase. Chase Carey's precarious position, 5th place, just outside of that 4th place cut line there. But good news is he's got time to change that. He's just ounces out of 4th place.
And 4 fish,
Yeah.
5th fish, go
And
right
4
to the
fish, right.
bottom
So
line.
he could overtake Garrett Smith with one swing. I've just been informed that's the not Yeti hot seat because he's not yet there.
Brandon Lester, you ever fish a match tournament head-to-head?
You know, I was trying to think, Such. I don't think I have. I've been around for quite a while now, but I don't think I've ever fished a bracket-style format. Pretty interesting deal. I think it would be fun.
Would you want to know the opponent's weight?
I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would. I mean, maybe if I knew my opponents and I knew, and I thought I could use it to my advantage, you know, and kind of think about what they were doing, but
seems like these guys know. I mean,
I would think
Garrett
so.
Smith was saying, well, I'm close. I need one 3-pounder, and that's what he needed.
Yeah,
to get 4th, of course.
Remarkable.
You guys go out pretty much knowing I need this much weight to make the cut, this much to be vying for the top 10.
Yeah.
Let's look at yesterday. 4th was 8.9. 5th was 5 ounces back of that. And right now we got 5 people with limits today, and the weight is almost 19 pounds. It's different with a smaller size field. Got to correct myself. There's 4 anglers from the college series who made the class, who made the cut, starting with Jordan Lee, 6 at Guntersville, 2014. You got Cody Huff at Guntersville in 2020. Louis Minetti was 23rd at Tennessee River, and Easton Fothergill last year was 16th at Grand Lake. This year.
That's going some. That's getting it done.
Brandon, what do anglers call what Easton Fothergill has been on the run he's had to win the college bracket and then come into the EQ Open Series and win 2 of them and lead the points?
Now, he is definitely riding a high of momentum right now, for sure. And momentum is a big, big deal in fishing. I don't care what anybody says. When things are rolling your way, I mean, I kind of got in that groove 2 years ago in 2022 on the Elite Series. I started out that year. I won a Bassmaster Open. Ended up winning the elite event at Pickwick and finished 2nd in Angler of the Year that year to Brandon Polnick.
So close.
Yeah, fishing is that kind of sport. When you get things going your way, you're making good decisions on the water. It's just a snowball effect.
Is that how you can explain it? I'm just making good decisions on the water. I feel comfortable. Everything seems to work out.
Yep. You just get out there on the water and you get it in a good space in your head, and things just come to you easy. You know, you don't feel like you're forcing it. When you feel like you're forcing it, that's when it all kind of falls apart. At least in my eyes.
Well, Kyle Welcher, after he won AOY, asked him, he was like 60th the year before, and he said, I didn't do anything different this year.
Yeah.
Why is that? What happens?
Yeah, it's a weird deal, and you talk to a lot of the different elite guys and they'll tell you the same thing. It's kind of hard to explain it sometimes, but when things are going your way, they're going your way.
Chase Carey still looking for number 5. Get him inside our cut. I had asked Brian Schmidt this. What's the first thing you do when you see the elite schedule come out? It came out early this month.
I look at it, you know, but honestly, I don't start doing a bunch of research or anything like that.
Booking places to stay?
Yeah, my wife books all those places
Oh,
to stay for
nice.
me. So yeah, she's got all that taken care of.
That's nice.
That takes a big load off of me. But honestly, I won't. I've been around. This will be my 12th year. We're coming up on a lot of the places I've been to, you know. So I kind of know the lay of the land now.
I had a pretty good day so far. Just kind of looking for some new fish now, but it is game day in Athens, so all my Georgia fans, go Dogs. And I know I'm in Tennessee, but
go Vols.
Dylan's a lion himself, Emmanuel U, I'm sorry. Probably was Emmanuel College at one time. Emmanuel University.
Well, do you like the schedule? We're starting Florida against St. John's, Okeechobee, then something different, and some familiar places after that. Hartwell, Forks, Sabine, 10 Killer, haven't been there in a while. St. Clair, Mississippi. I mean,
it's a good schedule. Solid schedule. I like it. St. John's, Okeechobee. Both of those are really good fisheries. We've got one in there that, what's the name of that one river we're going to? You'll have to say it.
Albemarle Sound. I don't know. Pasquotank.
Pasquotank, yeah.
Don't know
right?
anything about it. Never heard anything about it.
My
and
grandmother.
I like that.
My grandmother used to smoke Albemarles.
Yeah. What? Now, wait a minute. No New York this year. That's going to be odd. That's been a while since we've had
it has been
a year
while.
without New York.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not this year, but next year, I should say.
Maybe the Opens will make up for that.
Maybe so.
The EQ. We haven't seen that schedule yet. What do you think of that new format? 4-4, and then if you're top 50 in each of the
that's going to make it more
Opens,
accessible for people.
You go to the EQs?
Yeah.
That's what I heard at the Hall of Fame. I asked a few people about that.
You don't have to commit to quite so much up front.
Yeah, that's a good change.
Better deal, I think.
That is definitely a good change.
You plan on fishing any of those EQ events, maybe after the elite season? And
I don't know, possibly. It just depends on the schedule. I've always, ever since I started on the elites, I've always picked up one series of the Opens,
right.
just to fish, just for fun, you know, no points on the line, just to go out there and let it all hang out and have fun. And I may do that again, just depending on the schedule. I don't know. It's different these days because you got so many guys that are vying for that EQ spot. I feel like that's what the Opens are for now. Like at Hartwell in a couple of weeks, I'm going to fish that Open, but I don't want to get in any of those guys' way. You know, I'm going to go run way up a river somewhere and see if I can get away from the crowd. And if I find something special, that's good.
Like Ed Loughran did.
Yeah, exactly.
Champlain to win it.
Right.
That was nuts. He said he's trying to stay out of the way of the guys vying for points.
Yep.
We still got plenty of time to fish. A couple of hours. Won't take many of these guys or any of these guys very long to get back to the marina. We will have plenty more on the way. Some changes upcoming, no doubt about it. So stay with us. Strike King College Bassmaster College Bracket from Tim's Ford Lake, presented by Bass Pro Shops. Our live coverage is sponsored by Lou's. Beautiful place out here, beautiful part of the country here in the Southern Appalachians. Got very, very lucky, very blessed this week to be able to get 4 days of fishing in. All the wild weather that's been in the news for sure. Dylan Akins, the man on top right now, looking pretty good. I think he's feeling pretty confident. He and Aaron Jagfeld should both feel fairly good about it. Caleb Hudson, going to take something to knock him out of third place. It's that fourth place spot that's up for contention right now. A couple of guys, Garrett Smith and Chase Carey, both within ounces. One's in 4th and one's in 5th. Carey in 5th, Smith in 4th. And right behind them is Andrew Blanton. He's hooked up.
I think he might keep. Oh yeah. It's gonna be close to keeping. Yeah. Look how skinny they are. Man, Glenn said that one needs some protein.
Oh, he's gonna make it, isn't he?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
He's a 20-incher.
That should be it for some 3.5 pounds.
That thing does. He needs some protein. All right, this is going to be a process here, culling them. So, I don't know if you want to, how you want to do this, but.
You want to lift? You gonna lift the stack panel up or anything, or what are you gonna do?
What I'm gonna do, actually. Well, I don't want to weigh them. I just need to. Let's see here. That's no way. That's the smallest. That's not the smallest. No way. I'm gonna say either that one.
You like the beam? Is that your go-to, or weighing?
Yeah, in tournaments where I'm not catching a lot of fish, I like to beam them. When we go up north, smallmouth events where you're catching a lot of fish, I'll go ahead and take the time to weigh them. That way you get your 5 fish in the scale. You've got your smallest one right there in front of you. You just clip one on there, weigh it. If it helps, do your job. If it doesn't help, chunk him back and you're back to fishing.
Oh, you sucker.
Aaron Jagfeld, 2nd place, 1.5 pounds behind Dylan Akins.
Interesting to see. I thought this might happen. Early this morning, we saw these two guys right here catching them on top water pretty good, watching their forward-facing sonar. And as the days went on, I feel like some of those fish have slid down in the water column more, and they're using a jig head minnow more.
I almost picked up the rod with the wind knot. I was close.
Aaron Jagfeld, great performance at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, close to his home there.
Fast.
In July, lost to Jay Shakur by about 4 pounds, but he was within 11 ounces on day 2 of the lead.
He was part of it.
McKinney.
Yeah, all the way through.
Trevor McKinney.
Yeah.
Won 19 grand out of that.
There's Adrian College, where Elliot Wilgopolsky and Aaron Jagfeld are students or just recent grads and still eligible right now. Turned out some good college teams through the years. Back in, I believe it was 21.
Got one chasing it right now.
They had a big season. This is the team back then, composed of Hayden Scott and Griffin Fernandez. The college championship in that year.
Hey, right here. Boom! Yeah, baby! Scoop.
Previous to that, Adrian College was on some people's radar, not everyone's radar. They proved you could take that Great Lakes style fishing and
Yes, sir, dude!
add in some college experience at fishing events all across the country. And translate that into a national championship, and there they go.
And for the first time in collegiate history, Adrian College out of Michigan is going to stamp their name as national champions. Hayden Scott out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Griffin Fernandez out of McCordsville, Indiana, representing Adrian College. And they are your national champions with a 3-day total of 63 pounds and 10 ounces. Get loud for them, Waddington.
Well, nobody says Adrian College anglers can't catch largemouth. That is for sure. They proved it back in 2021, and Aaron Jackville got a couple in his live well as well.
You notice who they beat, too, is the Bethel crew there, who sent 3 different anglers.
Tristan McCormick.
Yeah.
Who was his partner that year?
Wasn't looking, didn't recognize him.
We'll figure it out. So Aaron and Elliot responsible for carrying on that tradition.
See a big school of fish on Aaron's. He's showing his live scope right there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one come up on his bait. Looked like it just barely nipped at it.
Did you get all that?
You see right there, he's sitting in 107 feet of water.
Oh my gosh.
And those fish are suspended down about 30 feet or so, 25. Deepest part of Timms Ford is about 155 feet, right down next to the dam.
These are fish you didn't catch back in the day.
No.
No. That day wasn't so long ago, was it?
No, no, it wasn't. We've come a long way in a short time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think you told me 2 years ago before the start of the elites that every event somebody is going to be using forward-facing sonar.
Yeah.
And it turned out a little bit more than just somebody.
Yeah.
Man, you said you could use it in 3 foot of water.
You can. You certainly can. We saw it this year. I mean, you look at what Scott Martin did at Okeechobee at the Open this year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That
Just dominated.
Yeah.
They're just flying.
4 or 5 feet of water.
Mm-hmm.
Mentioned at the Hall of Fame, Mr. Byron Velvick was a little upset his record was broken. I didn't think he'd realize 24 years later.
Yeah, I forgot to ask him about that.
Oh, he went on about it a little bit. He blamed forward-facing sonars.
Actually
He loves Scott Martin, they're buddies.
Yeah. He gave us a call when that happened. Said, pass on my congrats.
Velvick a hard time. Everybody else was.
It's good to know they're still here. What was that? Spent a lot of time here yesterday.
Scott Martin was sneaky down there at his Lake Okeechobee.
Yes, he was.
Unwrapped boat, covers face up like a masked ninja. Coming in there, sneaking through a bunch of anglers in the flats and finding a bunch of big 8-pounders, 9-pounders.
Yeah. I'm surprised he wasn't wearing the Zorro Bates outfit. You ever heard that story from back in the day? Zorro Bates would send a guy out with the whole Zorro mask and hat and everything like that.
Oh, wow.
You know? Billy Murray told us that story. I'm looking for pictures of that. I can't find them.
I would love to see that.
Bobby Murray, excuse me. Bobby told me that story.
Garrett Smith holding fourth. Big bag, 13 pounds, 6 ounces. Leader Dylan Akins, 12.4, is up to 26.5 pounds total. Jackfield's right behind him, 25 pounds. Hudson, 23.5. Garrett Smith, 18.15, and 3 ounces back of him is Chase Carey in 5th. One more fish, though. Chase Carey could climb and get to tomorrow.
Yep. Tanner Hayden. Tanner's got one fish, 2 pounds in the boat.
Looking where they're at, Brandon, what's your thoughts on that? These guys have...
He's down on that lower end of the lake, down below the Timms Ford State Park there. Again, a really good region of the lake. There's a lot more smallmouth down there, but there are some largemouth as well. You kind of got a mix all over the lake, though. You're seeing him throw a soft plastic jerkbait right here. Hooked up, too.
Got a long one. Might be a little closer.
Another long, skinny smallmouth, but it might be a keeper.
I think he's 17 and 11, 15, 16. He's try one more time on this side.
Trying to get it to go 18.
All he's got to do is let him go if you don't have to.
No.
So close.
If just
touching
a
it.
line burner.
Nope.
Oh, that's too bad. He's kind of a blade anyway, but he would have helped. Tanner, one fish in the boat. One fish on, maybe he gets it. Big brother here. Get things back on track a little bit. Time, though, is starting to run shorter and shorter as we get closer and closer to the end of day number 2. Less than 2 hours of fishing time for our 8 anglers out there on the second day of fishing at the Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops. Timms Ford Marina there. We saw the shot from there. Lots of beautiful sights around this place. Beautiful part of the country. To be sure, it's a little gray and gloomy today, but the weather hasn't been too bad. It's been a steady breeze if you're out there in the open water. Plenty of places to get out of that wind as well. These guys have capitalized on that. Others have cast their fortunes to deeper water. We've seen both approaches pay off a little bit during the course of the day. Our top 4 Dylan Akins, Aaron Jagfeld, Caleb Hudson, and Garrett Smith as it stands right now.
If it holds like that, we'll have one from each of the 4 schools represented here, advance to the bracket.
This is second place Jagfeld.
His mic must be off. Oh, maybe not.
No, we got it.
You got 5 for 10 1/4.
He went crazier. He's like right on the cusp, but I got a 19 and I think my smallest is like a 19-inch smallmouth, but I don't even want to play around with it if he's close. It's like that same one that I threw back earlier. He was like right there, but I don't want to mess around with having a short one.
Thing is, Jagfeld's 2 pounds ahead of third place. In third place, Caleb Hudson is 4 pounds ahead of Garrett Smith in fourth place. A lot to make up.
I think you made a good call there. You certainly don't want to end up with a short fish.
Akins hooked up here. Let's see what we got.
buddy.
Brandon, unless you got any explanation why they're so skinny on this fish?
I do
There's
not.
a lot of them, or what?
I do not. I will say this, if there's anybody with the Tennessee Parks and Wildlife, anything like that can tell me why the smallmouth are so skinny on Timms Ford Lake, I would love to hear an explanation for it. Because I do, I worry about them a little bit. The population's good. I mean, I don't,
food? I mean, yeah,
I don't see them
like
dying or anything, but they don't look near as healthy as the largemouth, and I don't understand why. There was a time on Timms Ford where you had to have smallmouth to win tournaments. It is not that way anymore.
Tanner Hayden looking up, just had to throw a good one back.
That's a big one, I think.
A few minutes ago. Smallmouth that wouldn't quite brush 18.
$16.
Things are picking back up though. I mean, they're getting
cat,
bites.
a little
more frequency for cat, yeah.
Disheartening though to get it just under again. The forecast is supposed to be showers all day tomorrow as well. Lighter
Same as
winds.
today or more than today, do you think? Does it look like?
One point it says rain.
Okay.
A few showers all day though. Today they had a break from 9 to noon supposedly. Didn't seem like it.
Thought it was one big one and then it split off into two little ones.
Well, you don't like it when that happens.
No.
Boy, Andrew Blanton, who had 2 for about 6'3" yesterday, that last fish he caught put him to third biggest bag of the day, 12 even. He's 12 ounces out of fourth place.
Still could not catch one. Something's changing.
That race for fourth place is tight.
Oh, it
but
is.
Not this early.
Big fish, whatever it is. Just a little curious sucker.
Aaron Jagfeld on the left.
Following around.
Fished his first tournament, bank fishing tournament at age 8, but never fished one out of a bass boat until he got to Adrian College.
That looks good.
Golly, that was a good one too. Come back up. Come back up. Come on. How did you not see that? Coming up on the bait. God dog.
Grebes. I'm gonna miss that, Tommy.
What? No. Yeah.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Mark Zona was feted at the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. We gave a great, emotional, poignant speech.
Sure did.
Family around. So did our Mike McInnes.
Absolutely, both of them.
Top flight.
And he's going back down.
Joining you in the Hall of Fame there, Tommy Sanders.
What's that?
They joined you in the Hall of Fame there. Davey Height.
Davey Height for sure. Well, not quite done with the rain apparently here, but we're going to fish on. These guys are tough. They can get the job done. Dylan Akins doing a better job than anyone else so far. Aaron Jagfeld throw some short fish back. Caleb Hudson and Garrett Smith, as it stands right now, in our top four. Got to be there at the end of the day if you want to fish on in this tournament. We'll be right back. Getting down to less than 90 minutes fishing time on this day 2 action. The Strike King Bassmaster College Bracket competition. End of the season for college. Timms Ford Lake, Winchester, Tennessee has been a great playing field for our 8 anglers out there fishing full field for 2 days. Got a day in yesterday, had to start a little bit late in the morning, just about an hour and a half late, 90 minutes late or so. Got that in today, gone off without a hitch, despite all the weather concerns we had leading up to this tournament. There were plenty of them, plenty of weather and flooding concerns for other people across southern Appalachians and on up all the way to Virginia. Dylan Akins, a man on top, right behind him, Aaron Jagfeld. Those 2 guys looking good to be able to hang in there in the top 4 and get into that head-to-head match fishing tomorrow. Number 1 finisher today will take on the number 4, and 2 and 3 will be the other semifinal match.
Caleb Hudson's looking pretty good for number 3. He's 4 pounds ahead of number 4.
Yeah. It's gonna
I
take...
think those next 3 guys, Garrett Smith, Chase Carey, and Andrew Blanton, I think that 4th spot's up for grabs right now.
Yep.
Here come 2 more up off the bottom. Think they wanted it? Crazy. I mean, that's what I'm looking for, though. That group, that's that same group.
Aaron said it was really great making the final day there on camera at the St. Croix Open, St. Clair. You get to see himself fishing against guys he'd been following on Bassmaster Live for years.
so tempting to go up there and throw a buzzbait through them trees.
Brandon, what's your take on this EQ race? 9 guys are going to come join you next year in the elites. You got the Fothergill, Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith looking good, Emil Wagner, Andrew Loberg.
These creeks yet.
Some big names in there for sure, obviously.
Little pockets.
You've heard a lot about Fothergill. Cody Meyer already had a very good career on other tours.
$1.5 million. Dakota Hebert, 7th behind Paul Marks. Evan Kong, the Canadian. Matt Adams, Bo Browning are tied for the final spot in points.
A lot of really good fishermen. That opens format now, man. The cream really rises to the top. Those guys, they catch them.
Yeah.
There's a good one. It's getting down deeper. Stop running. Look up, look up, look up. Dang it. Oh, he sees bait. He sees the bait. Come on. That's the cast. There we go. It has been dying off slowly, and I think it just did. I mean, we've been, oh man, I missed. We've been struggling to get bit about the last hour, especially on that one right there. He was chasing bait. If it was about 11 o'clock, I feel like that one right there, I should have only had to pop about one time. He was schooling on the bait underwater. I mean, it was perfect. But it's definitely changed, but trying to figure out how to change with it. Small one. Whew. That was not good. Sorry, guy.
I think what might be happening there with all those fish that are hitting right at the trolling motor, I think those fish might just be curious, and they're coming to the actual boat.
Killed it.
Because they're curious of what it is, and then those guys are seeing them and catching them. I think that may be what's going on.
He has not found the quality he had on day one. 4 fish, they averaged about 3 1/4. He had 12 on 4 fish.
Not
Today
exactly.
He's got
I mean,
10
yes
for 10,
and
9.
no. I'm throwing, you can see them under it. Sometimes though, you'll see a bait ball and you won't think there's anything in there, and the next thing you know, you'll see them going through it. They're really good at hiding in them every now and then, but for the most part, you can see pretty much every one of them. Spooked that one. They're so skittish. I mean, that fish was 15 feet down, and I land on top of his head and he still runs. They're just so skittish.
International symbol for cast. Right there.
Okay. Yep.
I'd like to catch one more before weigh in, but it's going to be tough at this time. Oh! Man, that was... I had him hooked for just a second. Golly. That's another thing, these big ones, they seem to, some of them aren't even under bait. They're just moving at 100 miles an hour right on the surface, and I mean, looking for their next meal, I guess. I feel like I need to change colors though. I keep nipping this one.
Caleb Bliss's hometown is Lincolnton, Georgia, near Clarks Hill.
Yep.
Imagine he grew up on that fishery.
He's a senior this year, majoring in science. I didn't know you could just major in science, but
non-bass.
I like it.
Science.
Yeah. Back to Andrew Blanton, still down there in 6th place. You're gonna have to
All right, here we go.
do good things really fast here.
It's a good one.
Sounds like he sees one.
Mm-hmm. He's 12 ounces out, but with 12 pounds already, he's going to need a good fish.
Yeah.
In that bait ball. Another one sitting in some bait.
Andrew Blanton trying to get in that top 4. Our man in 4th place we have not seen for a few minutes, Garrett Smith. I don't know if he's, of course, he's been in every little back hidey hole corner that you can find on this lake. He may have been out of range of our camera, so that's definitely a possibility. There's our search party right there trying to locate him, but we'll figure out a way to get you some more pictures with 4th place Garrett Smith later on. Live coverage continuing on, getting closer and closer to weigh-in at the Strike King Bassmaster College Series bracket competition. Presented by Bass Pro Shops. Live pictures brought to you by Lose. That's the way it stacks up right now if you're just checking in with us. Of course, we've had the full field fishing for yesterday and today. We got, just an hour or so fishing time left for these anglers. Counting in travel time and so forth like that. Dylan Akins, man on top of the leaderboard right now from Emmanuel University. 4th place, though, is where the action is. Garrett Smith is the man in 4th place. Let's get out right now to University of South Carolina Union's Caleb Hudson, currently in 3rd place. Looking pretty good right now at this point.
I had another one chase it up and eat it right at the surface, and it was probably a walleye about that big. And he come off too. He wailed like a striper at the surface. And then...
Tell me what happened to your thumb.
Oh, that's thanks to a number 2 G finesse from a spoon. Without even paying attention, I was hooking my bait to my reel, and when I went to put my rod down, I sent it straight through both sides, just so. It happens real quick, especially on days like today. Skin was real soft, did not play nice with me.
Duct tape handy to have, whether you're on the water, at home. Most accidents happen at home, they say, Such.
Or on the water with a sharp hook.
Yeah, that too.
You're not paying attention, make a big mistake.
Well, that was third place, Caleb Hudson. Let's get out to second place. Excuse me. Take that back. First place, Dylan Akins. He has held in that top spot down for a good while now. I should respect that a little more. We got something going here.
Yeah, he's hooked up with something.
Splashing the windshield.
Don't believe that one's going to help him. So we're going to move on back to Tanner Hayden. Got to pull off a bit of a Hail Mary here. Get something going and make it big and make it fast, because we're down to the last hour fishing or less. Tanner with one fish in the boat.
Plagued by the short fish today.
Yep, absolutely, especially this afternoon. Chase Carey just ounces behind Garrett Smith as it stands right now, and this is all unofficial, so it may well be a virtual tie.
And he's still on 4 fish.
That's just, man.
I wonder if the college guys know how to sandbag on bass truck yet. They've learned that lesson yet.
I think most of them are weighing their fish, so I'd say the weights are pretty close.
What's your thought on that? You'd like to be a couple ounces light, but not
Yeah,
pound and a half on each fish?
I always want to be light a little bit.
You round it down?
I do, yeah. Most definitely. Yeah. You don't ever want to get to the scale and the scale say you have less than what you had on Bass Track. You don't ever want that to happen. You want
got
to be
a 4
the other way
6, you
around.
say put that in as a 4-0.
Right, that's right.
4 even.
Yeah.
That's 4.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
But to be pound and a half, to 2 pounds light on each fish is.
Oh, we've seen a few bags with a pound light on each fish, haven't we, Sue?
Yes. Walter-esque is, I think, the term we're calling it nowadays. Patrick Walter-esque. I think he had like 30 when he said he had 22 on Bass Track.
Hackney-ish would be another word.
Yeah,
you might
Christy.
use there.
Yeah. Here we go.
There he is.
All right. Garrett Smith has been located, and he is still fishing. Got his limit, had his limit for a long time. Still the biggest limit of the day at 13.6. And that's why we haven't been seeing so much of him, because he is in a spot where connection is difficult. We rely on the cell phone system in order to transmit our pictures. Got to have a signal. You got to have more bars than that, obviously.
And then the hills up there,
yeah,
told us it's pretty deep hollows and whatnot. Heck, Jack Daniels is right up the road there in Lynchburg, isn't it?
It is, yeah, not far from the lake at all. Less than 15 minutes probably from the lake. Garrett Smith has made a little bit of a move. I noticed on the map a little while ago. He's come out of the river and kind of went across the lake. Maybe running some new water, just trying to run into a new group of fish.
Back to Caleb Hudson. Got his 5 fish, 10.5 pounds.
All right. My goal is to get rid of that one last small one I caught first thing this morning. I mean, he's probably the smallest keeper I've seen all week, so I'd like to get rid of that one. Hopefully cull him with, be real nice, another 2.5 pound smallmouth, but the bites are few and far between this late in the day. Oh my gosh, I pulled it out of his mouth. Come on, get another one, get another one. Oh. How? That's the kind of luck we've had all day, it seems like. That's a big one up there. Where are you going? Don't go down, go up. Look up, there we go. Oh, he dove under it, come on. Look back up. That's a proper one. Spot's got him, man. It's real hard to get him to commit.
Brandon, what's a big difference from when you were fishing in college 15, 16 years ago or longer to now? Besides,
it seems like the guys now learn stuff so much quicker. It's got to do with there's so much more stuff out there, you know, there's so many more videos as opposed to, you know, I kind of came up in the days of watching Bassmaster, the Bassmaster TV show, reading the Bassmaster magazine, things like that. YouTube, it might have been a thing when I was first getting started, but nobody even really put anything out there. Now you can get on there, you can watch a guy, exactly what he's doing, exactly how he's twitching his bait, what he's targeting. I mean, you're dialed in.
Stay on.
The learning curve is so much quicker nowadays.
Oh my gosh, I've got two. I've got a largemouth and a smallmouth.
Wow.
I need the largemouth. Come here. Don't do that, don't do that. This is impossible.
Boat flip them.
I got him.
There you go.
I got the important one. Oh, there we go. All right, this is about to be a mess, probably. I'm talking skin hook, too.
Caught 2 fish before?
I did it yesterday on the spoon, but yesterday they were a smallmouth about this size. So they didn't do me.
Take a look at this. Is not a bad thing to see at the end of your day, right? 2 fish on at once. Gives you some hope for tomorrow.
No doubt about it. Notice he's got 1 largemouth and 1 smallmouth too. That's pretty cool. They run together.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
Not on Bassmaster Live, I hadn't.
Now, will either one cull? That's the question.
I think that largemouth may help him a little bit.
Now that's an assignment to make sure you get one and not the other one.
That's right.
And not lose them both, I should say.
Yep.
Dylan Akins, Aaron Jagfeld, Caleb Hudson, Garrett Smith still on top as we are running out of time, getting into the last 30 minutes or so of our coverage. That and the weigh-in coming in later here on Bassmaster.com. Really been enjoying our live coverage here of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket competition presented by Bass Pro Shops here in Timms Ford. First visit ever for us to Timms Ford. Fairly a young lake. Filled up and opened up about 1971, a little over half a century ago. So relatively new by reservoir standards in this country. Reservoirs of any size, that is. It's been a lot of fun. About 30 miles long. $250 miles of shoreline.
Got its name from the landowner, Abner Mansfield Timms. They built the Timms Ford Bridge in 1885. The ford was where they used to cross the Elk River.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ergo the name, Timms Ford.
I didn't know that, Such.
That's not the bridge right there, is it, though, Such?
Not from 1885,
No,
I don't think.
It doesn't
Tommy.
look like it. It looks way newer than that.
It's got to be at least the 1890s.
Come on, Elliot Wigelpolsky. Need you to catch a fish or 2 or 3 in this last 30, 40 minutes of fishing time. Before weigh-in, it's been a tough day. Hate to see anyone go without. There's no guarantee.
I can promise you he's not the first guy to do that on
No.
Timms Ford Lake. A lot of the locals call the place the Dead Sea. Dude, it's a good lake. It's full of fish, but it will humble you in a hurry.
Well, he's from Waterville, Ohio, so he probably hasn't seen this neck of the woods too much.
Probably not. Yeah.
No, I think he says most of his experience is Great Lakes type experience. So.
Nothing. Now there's about 1,000 striper underneath me, and I gotta leave them alone for today.
It's like the bands from the hurricane keep coming around.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little darker here, and then it looks like it's going to clear up, and then spits a little bit of rain.
That might be a good one. Running straight at me.
He did gain a pound on that double.
Another good largemouth.
He's really making it work with that spoon. That's surprising.
Come here, come here. Barely got it. Oh, there we go. We'll see what he does for us. It's gonna be close. Stay still.
I think it has a little bit better meat on it.
Side wiggling. 2.7. 2.7.
Almost 2.5.
Thank you, Cole. That one I just caught. I'll have to double check. Let's weigh this guy first. Stay still.
How's he doing that without tags?
I have no idea. They all look the same to me.
Yeah, they do. Could be a good thing.
It's gonna be close. I don't know which one he is. I think it's gonna be this one.
He was 3-3 back of the lead. That last double, he gained a pound, so he's 2-3 back of the lead. So if he gains like another 12 ounces, he could pass Aaron Jagfield and get to fish Aaron Jagfield tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's good news or bad news.
Yeah. We'll see. Way's going right now, Brandon Lester. Who would you not want to be up against tomorrow?
Looks like we're...
The top four make it.
Honestly, I know he's sitting down there on the line, but it's only because he had a tough day yesterday. Garrett Smith is as dialed in as any of them. I don't think he realizes how good he is doing, but
Big. Ah, dang.
he had a really strong morning, and I think if he'll stay down toward that lower part of the river and even get down toward the middle part of the lake, he'll have a real good shot at this thing.
Before I even pulled, she was on there. Like before I even, that's why it caught me off guard.
Garrett was
definitely was not a keeper.
Worried about burning them down, you know, catching all the resident fish around there. Has he got have they got a better chance of reloading out there deeper water where some of these guys are catching them, would you say?
Yeah, probably so. The thing about that shallow deal is, and I'm sure Garrett knows this, you got to run new water every day. You can't go back through the same stuff every day. You need to run new water every day. But I just feel like with that water coming up, it's come up, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 inches in the past 24 hours, I feel like, and it's going to keep rising just slowly, but just enough that I feel like it's going to help that shallow bite. But I don't think this bite's going to go away. It's just a matter of can these guys are, the forward-facing guys are going a long time between bites too. It's not like they're just knocking their lights out.
And they're getting a lot of 17 and 3/4.
That's right.
Spending time finding them and.
That's what's really cool. We'll find out.
That's right.
We'll find out.
Yep.
There's a group of something. Fixing to find out what it is.
Blanton is within 3/4 of a pound of Garrett Smith in 4th place. He can overtake his college mate and get to tomorrow's semifinal day into the bracket competition.
It'll come down to the wire, that's for sure.
Just needs one call. Chase Carey needs number 5.
Yeah, he could do it real quick, couldn't he? All kind of possible plot twists we got as we get closer and closer to the end of the day here. Man, oh man, our live coverage got about just a few 15 minutes worth of fishing left, minus a couple of commercials. We're going to roll them and get them out of the way and get back to our hopefully thrilling conclusion at the end of the day, but it won't be concluded till weigh-in starts at 3:20. Still out here live on Timms Ford Lake, Southeast Tennessee, for the Bassmaster College Series College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops. Our coverage, live coverage, brought to you by Lew's. Some of the residents here are drying out up in the trees, getting those wings ready to fly again. They've been soaking up a lot of water over the past 2 days. We've been soaking up a lot of good bass fishing today. Some good fish catching. Really no prolonged droughts during the course of the day anyway. We've had a couple of slow minutes, but otherwise it's been fun, a lot of action, a lot of different ways of getting the job done too, and that's always fun when we can do that on Bassmaster Live. Got our full field of 8 anglers who've qualified from across this season, and all of them fishing yesterday, all of them fishing today, but only 4 who will walk on over until tomorrow's round.
We had a double spoonful today, Tommy.
Yes, we did.
Caleb Hudson with a largemouth and a smallmouth on his
caught it
cast.
once, yeah. Yep. Have to remember that one. We'll show it to you tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. FS1, I'll give you early notice of that at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central Time, for 3 hours of coverage in the morning, continuing on right here on Bassmaster.com.
Chase is looking for one more fish. Looks like he's moving with not much time left. I don't know if he's got to head in from where he's at or one more spot.
Tanner heading, trying to get past this, the 1 fish mark here. It's been a tough job today.
What do you imagine he's seeing down there, Brendan?
Right now, I'd say he's looking at that buoy. Those buoys always have a rope or a cable or something that goes down off of them. He's seeing if there's a fish suspended on that rope or that cable. But he's just out in the middle of looks like out in the middle of a big pocket or a big gut that runs back in there. He's just looking for some fish that are out there suspended, chasing bait or whatnot. Throwing a soft plastic jerkbait. We've seen a hard jerkbait some, a topwater bait a good bit, a spoon some. He's the only one I think we've seen with a soft plastic jerkbait. And we've seen him catch a few on it too.
Mm-hmm.
Saw that at Lake Murray earlier this year.
Yes, that's
Trey
right.
McKinney catching them on the chartreuse fluke style bait.
Sure did.
Chase Carey gets one to measure. He most likely be fishing tomorrow. 4 fish within 3 ounces of 4th place Garrett Smith. Is he reeling one in? Is it just
He's got
surface?
One on.
Yeah.
Can't tell if it's a smallmouth or large. I think it's
not
a
yet.
smallmouth. Yep, short smallmouth.
Yeah, not help. No help.
Not even gonna measure it? Yeah, he's gotta measure it. Ah, knew it.
Always got to check.
Yeah. It takes a nice fish to be an 18-incher. I mean,
Boy, it
that's a
does,
good
doesn't
one. Yeah.
Oh.
That tail was tucked a little bit. I thought maybe.
Well. Numbers 1 and 3, Akins and Hudson right here.
What do you remember about your first classic, Brandon Lester?
I remember it was cold that first morning. I think it was 6 degrees. There were
Hartwell?
Oh,
yeah,
Hartwell.
Hartwell, boats freezing to the trailers and stuff.
How'd you get there, though? You got to remember how you made it.
Yeah. I qualified through the Elite Series, first year on the Elites. That was the year that we went to Escanaba when Hackney won AOY. So, you know, I had a good first day there, and it was one of those deals where I was right on the bubble. I had to catch them every single day to make the Classic. And, you know, we got the first day in, and then we got to sit on the sideline for about 3 days because the weather was, the weather was terrible. But it ended up working out. It was, you'll never forget that first Classic for sure. It's a special event for everybody.
That was a pretty good tester, that tournament on Hartwell.
It definitely was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Best days so far from Garrett Smith, from 8th to 4th right now with 13 pounds, 6 ounces.
That's quite a move. That's, I mean, coming back from 2 fish on day number 1. He pulls it off, makes it into the top 4. Hats off to Garrett Smith. give him a little bit of momentum moving forward.
Yeah, Akins and Jagfeld have had limits both days, though. Well, you got to watch out for them, I'm sure. Or somebody's catching their limit.
They got to be the favorites, you would think, to move on, but you never know. Each day is different.
And heck, Hudson had 4 for 12-12, and now he's got a limit today.
Each day we get out past this front, I mean, they're going to have to adjust a little bit, I feel like. Different baits and stuff, but you already see these guys that are staring at their screens all day. They're using 2 or 3, 4 different baits, throwing different stuff at them. That's what you got to do. I'll be curious to see how it affects the fish, though.
Pretty good first day for us.
Yep.
I think so.
Mr. Lester?
Really entertaining, absolutely.
Yeah, it's been great.
Good fish catching. Always appreciate the diversity, the different ways of getting the job done for these anglers. Every one of them executing very well, I thought. I mean, we just didn't see a lot of mistakes out there today.
No. Only a couple losses.
Yeah.
Disappointment short fish.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's been rather intriguing, I think.
It has. It certainly has. To a guy that is from there and knows the lake well, I've been impressed some of the stuff that these guys have found.
You ever caught a largemouth and a smallmouth on the same cast?
Maybe, but not on a spoon. I can promise you I hadn't done it on a spoon.
Well, that was quite unique right there. Really
Yes,
love
it
that.
was.
All the guys fishing shallow, all the guys out there deep trying to throw everything they could at them, spoons and jigs. Well, you gotta love it. The weigh-in starts at 3:30 p.m. right here on Bassmaster.com. Make sure and write that down. That weigh-in won't take very long at all. It's just 8 guys. We'll see who our 2 matches are going to be populated by as we get things underway tomorrow. Coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1. We'll have 3 hours of coverage for you on FS1 and then continue the coverage on into the rest of the day right here on Bassmaster.com. Thanks for being with us today on Tim's Ford Lake, and we will see you in the morning.
I'll take it.